drug therapy. The health application market includes many different categories, but its growth doesn't stop here. The main categories of health are sports activity tracking, diet and nutrition, healthy lifestyle, weight loss training, sleep cycle analysis, menstrual cycle tracking, pregnancy monitoring, medical consultations, and patient communities, clinical diagnostic applications, stress reduction and relaxation, remote health monitoring, and meditation. The main stakeholders that contribute the development of the market are governments and insurance companies. They are the main stakeholders in the world because the use of health technologies allows reducing the cost of medical services. Healthcare institutions such as clinics, hospitals, etc. Medical device manufacturers, technology companies which develop devices and sensors, software, infrastructure, medical information analysis, etc. Mobile healthcare applications can play a key role in the present and future of all medicine. mHealth provides new opportunities for solving the following tasks. The first, chance for prevention. Using wearable devices, the mobile applications provides remote extents of diagnostic data between a doctor and patients. This allows detecting chronic diseases at the early stage. Self-care tools motivate and help patients stay healthy by developing the right habits. The second, to improve healthcare system stability. The ability to improve the efficiency of the healthcare system by monitoring patients or communicating with doctors in real time. By exercising control over patients with chronic diseases, mHealth can reduce the cost of medicine by 15%. Through remote monitoring and reducing the number of unnecessary consultations and hospitalization. Third is telemedicine. In developing countries, mHealth help reduce inequality in access to health services. In remote areas where access is difficult or there is a shortage of specialists, health applications help provide health services to everyone in need. Next, we will look at some examples of medical mobile applications. Doctor's Handbook. This program can be useful for doctors of any specialization. The program has more than 200 medical calculators with which you can calculate the risk for patient, the dose of drugs, and so on. Another feature of the program is the availability of world-class information. Here are standards for the treatment of diseases and emergency care, information about medicines and their analogs. The international classification of diseases, laboratory diagnostics, as well as the medical news, the latest publications of PubMed, and Federal Electronic Medical Library. The next, Diameter, is the mobile diabetes diary. The main function includes an easy-to-understand diabetes diary with a display of all entries, quick and easy data entry using sliders or using the keyboard, the required short insulin dose calculation, essential useful statistics about sugar by day, week, and month. Synchronization of all records in the cloud. School of Diabetes, a series of interactive articles that will answer all your questions about diabetes. Pregnancy Plus. This is the app features expert advice, daily articles, healthcare tips, and interactive 3D models, so you can track your baby's development. With these tools, expectant mother and the rest of their family can keep a pregnancy journal, upload ultrasound scans, track symptoms, log doctor visits, receive nutritional advice, and more. Figure 1 is transforming healthcare, but bringing together millions of healthcare professionals to view, share, and discuss real-world patient cases. With thousands of valuable cases from the common to the rare, education and collaboration happens in real time and is always sustained on the patient. HealthPal helps you to keep up your body healthy and fit. In records and manage your daily activities like walking, exercise, calories, water consumption to attain and lead a healthy lifestyle. HealthPal has a new additional feature to show water and diet reminders. It also gives you real-time status and health reports of your daily health-related activities. Where the underground is not exactly about medicine, thanks to the non-standard approach of its developers, weather and environmental data will help people with various chronic diseases to avoid deterioration of their health. For example, data on the level of pollen in the air or the presence of solid will be useful for allergy sufferers and as well as people with breathing problems. Thus, we can conclude that medical applications have a wide focus, ranging from applications about sleep, exercising, and nutrition, and ending with services that allow you to communicate with doctors, monitor your health status, and analyze symptoms. Per agency has been developing applications for the overseas market for more than 5 years. In this article, the agency's specialists shared the rules and principles that allow them to launch medical mobile applications to Western market in 3 months. The 5 rules. The first rule, the focus is not on clinic, but on the users. The health apps are an effective way to attract and interact with customers. So the focus should always be on end users, their needs, problems, and doubts. For a user to trust an application, he must understand how the service works, see his results, and be sure that this confidential information is completely safe. Second, non-medical appearance of services. The main difference between foreign medical services is that they do not look like a medical application. Minimalism, purity, and calm colors are the 3 principles that determine their appearance. The service should not replace the doctor, and therefore it should not measure expertise with the doctor. With complex terms and confusing scenarios, you will not arouse the trust of user. And this is extremely important. Also, part of the communication can be automated using a chatbot. Third, gamification for motivation. People prefer to see results. And gamification is a great way to drive motivation through showing progress. But for mHealth application, a balance is needed because taking care of health is still not a game. Users do not like too funny, cartoonish solution. Gamification should be fun, meaningful, but serious enough. Fourth, the more personalization, the better. The huge problem with the mHealth apps is that most users download them, open them once or twice, and no longer use them. One of the reasons is the irrelevance, the recommendation and content to their everyday life. There are two ways to deal with heterogeneity of the target audience. One of the option is to create the most customized services, for example, for people for certain social stratum who are struggling with depression. On the other hand, the servers must have powerful personalization tools such as questionnaires and chatbots. For example, if the weight control application repeatedly offers oranges to a person who does not like them, instead of finding an alternative to this product, then this is a bad application. And fifth, clear user scripts. As the practice shows, when developing the interface, you should still adhere to the principles of cleanliness and minimalism. But at the same time, it is necessary to add tooltips that will explain to users how the application works. There are other ways to simplify the interaction with the application. For example, keep a history of actions, use previously entered information to reduce the number of steps in the future. This slide presents the per web rules that allows to meet their deadline, namely to launch medical or near medical MVPs in 3 months. The first, conserve energy before release. They are useful for quick elimination of bugs that show up when people begin to use the application. The second, you must remember that bugs in the application are normal, and errors regarding everything related to user data are absolutely unacceptable. At the same time, ensuring the privacy of user should not threaten the launch time. There are simple but reliable techniques that ensure compliance with the legal requirements. And third, to set priorities for it. This means that it is impossible to save on design, safety, and testers. On the other hand, even if you have an unlimited budget, when launching the application, you can reduce the number of features and don't spend a lot of money for expensive technologies. Next, consider the mobile application First Aid developed by this year graduate students of the undergraduate program Information Security System and Technologies under MAGnUS. Our purposes are an explanation in an understandable form of first aid measures, training and proper nutrition advices, search for pharmacies, doctor's appointments. On this slide, you can see use case diagram. An ER diagram was developed that reflects the main entities and relationships of the application database. The application is developed in the Visual Studio 2019 programming environment on the Xamarin Forms platform. SQLite database is used to store the data. Different approaches and libraries can be used to work with SQLite. The recommended library is SQLite.net, which provides the simple ORM solution for Xamarin. It allows you to work with a database as an object store and manipulate data as projects of standard C# classes without using SQL expressions. The program was debugged in the emulator. The characteristics of the device are shown on the slide. This slide and the next two slides contain the program interfaces. When you start the application, the main menu opens. The menu is made using the tab page class. It allows you to create tabbed pages where each tab is a separate page. Allocated three roles: directory, pharmacy, profile. The directory page contains three buttons to navigate to other pages: disease, injury, and burns. For example, when clicking on the disease button, the user goes to the corresponding page of the reference book. Here can manually select the disease of interest by clicking on the pictogram with the disease, as well as use the search bar or filter by body part. As a result of choosing a disease, a page with information opens. It is made using the content page class and layout elements. Using the icon allowed, not allowed, and important, the user can find the necessary information. By clicking on the call icon, you can call the ambulance. When you click the hospital icon, the site doctor search point room opens. A resident of the Astrakhan region can make a doctor's appointment through this single medical portal. In addition to this service, citizens have the opportunity to receive a number of other services, but the list of which is available on the site. In the section pharmacies, the user can see the map and addresses of all pharmacies in the area of his location. To search for pharmacies in the mobile application, we used special local service for navigation to GIS true. On the third tab, profile, this is a registration form. After registration and authorization, the tabbed page opens. It contains the roles sport and proper nutrition. On the sport page, clicking workout button, the content page opens. It shows the basic sports, and to get information about the types of exercises, you should press start button. Moreover, the application also presents the features of the exercise for women and children. The page proper nutrition contains information about vitamins. Each vitamin has its own button. By clicking on the button, the user is taken to page that contain information about the vitamins concentration in various food. Of course, this application cannot be called perfect, but as I say, if you're satisfied with the first release of the application, then you are very late with the release. Thank you for attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions. Please explain more about the means conserve energy before release in application, developments, progress. Okay. Сейчас. When application when deadline, people don't save energy. They work a lot of time, and then when users fixing bugs, they cannot quickly fix these problems, and that's why developers should conserve energy before release. What else questions?
Thank you very much, Ольга. Maybe more questions можно на русском задать, если хотите, пожалуйста, спрашивайте на русском языке, также мы переведем. Еще кто-то в чате может написать. Ага, окей. About main rules for development. Are these rules binding or are there others? Main rules in for development. Это из презентации, да?
On the slide, I show rules what present which presented in article of PureWeb's specialists. Use these rules, but it isn't not all rules for developers.
But it's like the main rules, yes? Or
yes.
Do you agree with this?
I agree with these rules, but it is not maybe
you can find more. Yeah?
Yes,
okay.
You can find more.
Okay. In your project, you used hardware part mobile phone, Fitbit sensors, for example. Ну, использовали ли именно вот hardware какой-то устройство с телефоном?
We used emulator.
Emulator. Okay.
Because
it's simply.
Yes, it's simpler than use hardware.
But I think if we use emulator, we can connect to the real device easy.
Yes, then we can connect on a real device. But no, now this is prototype.
Like prototype. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Using emulator is for debugging.
That's enough for debugging. Yes.
Enough for debugging.
Okay. Еще можно на русском, можно на английском, как угодно. Пожалуйста, вопросы. Ну, можно я тогда тоже задам один вопрос? May I ask one more questions too? Do you want to continue this work for development application for medical? Continue in future?
Maybe.
What is your next steps?
No, such as this application, we can add functions.
Functionality, yes.
Functionality, yes. We can use a server for safe data. But now data safe in local database.
One more question. Did you use Android Studio for development or Visual Studio?
We used Visual Studio because we use Xamarin Forms.
Xamarin Forms. Okay. So like framework with. Yeah. Okay. Any questions? More questions? Thank you very much. Danilo Knyhin, Viktor Glebov, thank you very much for your questions. Ksenia Varlamova, thank you. That's great that you have questions and you have we get real good backward from you. Thank you very much for that. I think that's enough for this lecture. And I think we ask Olga to upload this presentation to the Moodle system. And you can ask something in the chat in Moodle. I think you can ask for the questions in the backward in Moodle. Thank you very much. Now we have the time to break work Moodle. I think now 10:30, and I think we can organize a small break. After that, I try to check Moodle system. Please, participants who involved to our summer school, go directly to the Moodle system right now, and please check the changes in the Moodle systems, and please make do activity in Moodle system. Please do it right now. After I think 20 minutes, we will come back. 20 minutes, we will come back. And first of all, I checked the Moodle system for activity, and I think after that we have in 11:30 we have next lecture from Pavel Oganisyan, Southern Federal University, Russia. Before this, please work with Moodle, and I will check your activity. Thank you. Спасибо. Dear participants, please check Moodle for the activity. On previous lecture, you may see we upload the presentation and feedback. Please, we are waiting your feedback about presentation, mobile application for medicine. We try to check it. Now we see 0 submitted answers. Please generate activities. And what about computer vision for medical application presentation? We are waiting your feedback too. Oh yeah, I see submitted answers. Yes, I see here. Very nice. Yes, it was interesting. Yes, it was. Most memorable for me is working with images. Thank you very much for your backward in previous lecture, computer vision for medical applications. And now I think we can upload the presentation to the to other previous lecture, yesterday lecture. Okay, write the names of startups. Yeah, you're right. Adas 3D, Pixie Medical, Stroke Viewer, Scout. Yeah, write the name of tools. Thank you very much for your backward. I see 4 answers for the questions. What else? Yeah, chat. I need to check chat. Yeah, please use chat for the discussion. Thank you. I'm waiting activity with previous lecture. Please, if you have questions using chat of Zoom, or maybe you can use the chat in YouTube. Dear colleagues, don't forget that we use Astrakhan Baku time for our summer school. Yesterday, I spoke about that few times, but now I'm repeating this. It means that now in our time zone 11 a.m. and our next activities, our next lecture, our next lecture in 11:30. This lecture from Pavel Oganisyan, Southern Federal University, Mental Health Research using Modern Game Design. Please remember that we use Astrakhan and Baku time for our summer school. It means Moscow time right now, 10 a.m. Dear participants, we will start after 5 minutes. And I think our lecturer, Pavel Oganisyan, you can upload your presentation. You can share your presentation.
Okay, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Share your presentation, and we try to check if everything good. We will start after 5 minutes.
Okay, yes. I will start sharing my screen now. Is it okay? Is it visible? Your microphone is turned off, Alexei.
Yeah, okay, visible. Thank you very much. Please try to scroll presentation. Is it? Yeah, okay, everything good. Yes, and sound good. I think we will start after 5 minutes. Now we have 38 participants here, and more than 100 viewers in YouTube. Yesterday lecture. Now not so many, but I think some students can see a presentation in YouTube. For example, today in evening. Yeah, what? Yes. Please, few words about you, and it is interesting to hear your experience in mental health research using modern game design. Thank you very much. Please, few words about you after that presentation.
Okay, thank you, Alexei. So my name is Pavel Oganisyan. I'm working at Southern Federal University, and I teach some courses in MAGnUS master's program. My courses are game design, mathematical models in game design, and physics in games. So basically, first of all, I'm applied mathematician, and after that, I'm a little bit of a game design researcher. So this talk about mental health that can be researched using modern game design approach is like an overview of modern approaches, at what we can see in different types of games, at what we can actually do during production of our games. And I also will have a second talk today, if I'm correct, about balancing and creating trading card games. So I guess we'll have a lot of time to get along and to know each other a little bit better, these our students and our colleagues. I also like to say that during my talks you can like interrupt me at any point. I encourage participants to write to the chat, or maybe unmute their mics and ask questions and so on. So I'd like to make it a discussion, not a lecture. And can I start presentation? Is it okay?
Yes, you can start. Thank you very much for your introduction.
Thank you, Alexei. So why is it important? What's so important about the topic that I choose to talk about? So first of all, we know that modern games are very popular. There are literally billions of people in the world who play games, different games like PC, console games, mobile games, cloud games, board games, card games, and so on. And all these games are based on some rules and game design techniques. And as we have this vast majority of people who play games, we try to learn what effects do games have on the players, because that's very important. It's the same thing that we got in previous years, these movies and television and radio, and there were a lot of researchers in different areas to understand, is Is it dangerous? Is it useful? Should it be limited for some groups of people? Like, do we have to introduce some parental advisory, or do we have to introduce some ratings based on age and so on? So we will try to understand one of the most important things in the influence of games on the society is the question is, are they useful for our mental health, or are they dangerous to our mental health and the mental health of this vast majority of players? So first of all, we need to get us some definitions to make sure that we are talking about like very strict things, very well-defined things. To speak about the mental health, we have to actually speak about mental illness. So for the mental illness, we need a definition. So mental illnesses are health conditions involving changes in emotion, thinking, or behavior, or combination of these. The first part of the definition actually looks great. So what's wrong about the change in emotion condition? It can be a great thing, actually. But the second part makes it's a little more complicated. So mental illnesses are associated with distress and or problems functioning in social, work, or family activities. So what we want to talk about is we have a list of problems that restricts us or some other people to be fully functional in social, work, or family activities. And we want to understand what can we as game designers do in our games to prevent this problem. And the definition was taken from American Psychiatric Association. There will be a lot of references on my slides, and I will share the presentation via Moodle, so you will be able to research a little after the talk. So first of all, let's talk about common misconceptions about video games. So there are two common misconceptions that also always pop up during the discussion of the mental health and video games. First of all, I'd like to address the misconception about the age of players. So games are for kids. That's actually not true now. This research was taken in 2017 or 2018. I'm not so sure. I guess 17, but it shows very interesting distribution of ages among players. So we have a majority of players, maybe not the majority, but the largest group placed between 21 and 35 years, and the second largest group placed between 36 and 50 years. And that means that during our game design process, we have to target our audience, and our audience is not always kids. It even can be an elderly people like 51 and upper. So that's just okay. And that means that we have to address not only the problems for kids, like we have a lot of educational games, that's totally okay, but we also have to address mental problems and behavioral problems of grown-ups and maybe elderly people. So all demographic categories are quite interesting for us. And as you can see, the distribution between male and female gamers tend to be almost equal in each age category. So both male and female players are interesting to our research. So after that, the second common misconception is about violent video games. And what do we know? Violent video games are making people aggressive. So actually, they don't. We had a lot of studies in previous years, starting in, I think, 19s, where researchers made some statistical analysis and got results that people play aggressive games and become aggressive. But that's actually not so true. First of all, because we cannot make such common assumption because of different types of players. As we've seen, we have very vast demographic, and we have very vast number of different types of games. So actually, results presented in these two papers on my slide in violent video game engagement is not associated with adolescents' aggressive behavior, and these longitudinal studies support long-term relationships between aggressive gameplay and youth aggressive behavior. A meta-analytic examination, they both show that we have to analyze a little bit deeper. So, for example, statistics for players who play strategy games and statistics for players who play action games will be completely different. And we also have to analyze a very important thing about motivation of the player. So some players play for escapism, for like disconnecting from reality, to have some rest for their feelings, for their brain activity, and so on. And that's a reason, and that should be studied. And some other players play because they want to win. It's like a competitive play, and that's completely another motivation, and it also should be studied, but this a little bit different approach. So it's very important to categorize gamers and games before any analysis. And for the general, like imaginary average gamer, which actually never existed, but usually this average gamer is a subject of the study, we cannot say that video games makes this average gamer aggressive. It's just plainly wrong. So after that, after we fought these two misconceptions, we can proceed this talking about what's good can we get from video games about our mental health. So first of all, we have to make ourselves a list of different mental issues. So these are 7 main categories of mental issues that usually can be addressed during any analysis or during some medical research and so on. So we have, maybe we don't have, but we have in our list a depression, anxiety disorders such as generalized anxiety disorders, social anxiety disorders, panic disorders, and phobias. OCD, which stands for obsessive compulsive disorder, bipolar disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, and schizophrenia. And these things looks a little bit sad and dangerous for us. And it's usually like, wow, such a, strong illness, such a scary illness, and stigmatizing these illnesses in modern society is quite a problem. And video games can help us to address this problem. And we actually want to analyze these 2 approaches. The first, or maybe even 3 approaches, I suggest. We have the first approach is fighting against stigmatizing. So we have to show to the majority of people that people these such type of disorders and illnesses can still be fully functional. We can help them. Society can help them to actually be healed or to reduce symptoms or to increase their quality of life and so on. They shouldn't be stigmatized, first of all. After that, the second way for video games to help the society is to help these types of people. So for some of these disorders, we have like medical cure or behavioral and psychological cure, and this behavioral part of cure and psychological part of cure can be improved using video games or board games or any other types of games. And the third approach here is very unique, and it can be done only by video games media, because it wasn't possible with books or movies or any other types of media. We can help a healthy person without any disorders to feel completely the same experience as a person with mental illness. And it looks like, why would we do it? Why would you want to experience such thing? It can be very useful for family members of people with mental illnesses. It can be very useful for medical personnel who helps these people, because if you can't understand what your patient can feel, you will not be able to help them at 100%. So it's quite easy for other illnesses, and then you come to the doctor and you say, my leg hurts. It's very easy to understand for the doctor, because he knows what does it feel to, injure your leg, for example. It's quite easy to understand. But when you talk to your doctor and you say, I hear voices in my head, for example, like a symptom of schizophrenia, it's very hard to imagine how does it work, what is it, how it works, how can you hear them, and so on. And you can ask questions, you can try to understand it better, but using video games, you can actually feel it. And we will look at some examples of how it can be done using modern game design and modern technical approaches. After that, we have another list. So I actually like lists. We have a very short list. These 2 types of games, and I promise you, later in this presentation, there will be a lot more pictures. It will get a little bit more colorful and fun. So we have 2 types of games. We have commercial video games. So what is a commercial video game? A commercial video game is a game that was made to actually earn some money, and that's a majority of games. And this is the largest category here, the largest group. And what we want to do is we want to research game design of commercial video games, of profitable video games, because they are in the mass market. So you have a lot of players available to you, and the impact, the social impact of such video game will be huge. And the second category is smaller numbers, but is also very important, is the therapy games. So actually in last 20 years, I guess, we had very huge amount of small video games created by researchers and medics and therapists and psychologists to study some outcomes and to help their patients. These games usually build this smaller budget, first of all, quite obvious, because if it's not a commercial video game, where will it get money for development? So it's usually based on some governmental funding or private funding or something like that, and have very limited budget. So it's usually have simpler graphics, simpler gameplay. You don't have to think about like user acquisition for such type of games. So these basic game design where I have to understand all these important things for free-to-play games, for example, like average session lengths, and predict your sales, and predict how many users will be still in the game after 7 days, and so on. It's not important here. The most important thing here is to conduct a research. So that's a different type of game design, which is greatly mixed these medical reasons and medical approach. So we will focus on commercial video games, but we will also have a couple of examples about therapy games. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our list of illnesses, all that 7 illnesses that have to be addressed, and we will try to find a definition for each illness, and we will try to find a modern commercial video game or research related to therapy games, or both, or something, and try to understand what can we actually do about such type of game. And in the latter part of the presentation, we will look at a couple of examples on game design tricks that authors of the game actually incorporated in their commercial video game. So depression, that's quite obvious. Here, depression is it has an older name like major depressive disorder, and in modern world it's just depression. It's a common and serious medical illness that negatively affects how you feel, the way you think, and how you act. Quite the general definition, as far as I can understand, and that actually about feeling bad, like really bad, So you shouldn't mix like bad mood and depression, two completely different things. And I should also note that all these things are illnesses. They can't be self-diagnosed. For example, you actually have to go to the doctor to have the diagnosis. So a lot of people say like, I'm so sad, I'm in depression. Maybe not. You have to talk with a specialist about it. Because we are talking about illnesses, not about like bad mood. So depression has long periods, and that's a very bad state. How to determine is it a bad mood or depression? So first of all, it really affects how you act. So you are not able to perform your job, for example. You're not able to go to work and do everyday tasks because you just don't feel like it. So this type of disability. And we also happily have a lot of games addressing depression. First of all, it's I have a couple of examples, and let games in this presentation will also be addressing depression, as you will see, and the list doesn't seem to be a complete list here in my talk, of course. So I guess you all will have a lot of your examples, and maybe you have experience in some games that address the same problems that I'm talking about, but they will not be presented today. So please just, chime in, write to the chat. Oh, I have to check. Can I actually see the chat? Yes. We have only one new message here. Okay, now I can see the chat, so it will be easier for me to answer your questions. Okay, so the first game that I want to talk about is the Florence. In the left part of the screen, the Florence is free-to-play mobile game. Maybe not free to play, but it costs very small amount of money, not free to play. It's a mobile game about a girl who has like some maybe job problems and some relationship problems, and the story is very relatable to a vast amount of young people and young adults, I think, and maybe even older people too. So the idea of the game is to show all these ups and downs in relationships, where you feel great, and after that there are some like negative events, and you feel really bad, and you want to actually get your life back, get back on track, became functional again. So this is a game about like these ups and downs, and it's usually a great example in narrative game design, where your game mechanics evolve during the game process. For example, it has amazing talking game mechanic. Then you speak to a new person, and you have to play a little puzzle to connect pieces of your sentence to talk to a person. Like you are building sentences from words in your head, something like this, and then you know a person well, so you are just becoming friends and so on. The puzzle becomes easier during the game because it's easier to talk with your friend than to talk with a stranger. So that's a great example of a narrative game design incorporated in a video game. And then things got worse. It becomes difficult to talk to a person for some reasons. And at some point, it becomes impossible to solve the puzzle because you cannot connect all these pieces to a normal sentence, for example. So I think this game is not about like healing depression. And I have to mention that there is actually no game that can heal one of these illnesses alone, but they can, first of all, they can help people by associating themselves with protagonists of the game and feeling like you are not alone in this situation. Oh, look, there is a game that describes my situation, and that means that there are a lot of people who have been in my situation. It's not unique, and I'm not the only person in the world who feels that bad about something. There are a lot of other people, and that means that we share same experience, and that's great, and that helps people to feel a little bit better. The second game is about cancer, as you can see from the name, that dragon cancer. And that actually a game about real illness. Like cancer is not a mental illness, but dealing with like inevitable death, for example, that's a problem. And thinking about inevitable death can lead to depression. It's a well-known effect that, for example, for kids, when they're young and they don't know that all people are going to die at some point, and they become like someone told them, and they understood that this concept of like life is not eternal, and they start to think about it. They have like breakdowns. They start to cry. They start to analyze it, and they're not happy with it because that's not a lovely concept to understand. First of all, so this game is about this about acceptance. So there are things in our life that are not so like pleasant for us. And some things are so unpleasant, so disturbing, so depressive that we also have to share our knowledge and experience with others in the form of art, in the form of the game, to actually help them to understand that they're also not alone, to give them our experience so they will not be they will not need to be alone in this situation and so on. And at this point, we have to talk about one important thing in game design, why it wasn't possible before in books or movies and other medias. Because in game, you can actually be the protagonist. It happens with you during your play. In some types of games, like city builders or strategy games, it's not like that. You are not the protagonist. But in a lot of other genres, like novels, in RPGs, in different third-person view games, and so on, you are the protagonist. So you are responsible for actions, and you are you co-feel the same emotions with your protagonist. And this level of immersion was never possible before video games. And now it's possible for us, and we can actually use it as game developers. Okay, let's go to the next problem that we have to address. It's anxiety or fear or phobias and so on. And that's not so like obvious, but anxiety can be fought these casual games, because the idea here is like we need to provide something for our brain to work with, and this something should be very easy to handle. So if you feel the anxiety or phobia and you are scared of something, for example, you feel like you are very scared of today's or maybe tomorrow's exam, and this anxiety makes you unable to actually study for the exam and makes you fail the exam. That's a light form of anxiety, but it also can be very unsettling. So your brain needs to get back and get some courage, some make your self-esteem a little bit higher to fight this fear and make you think that you are actually capable of doing the task, or maybe to living through events of tomorrow. So that is a well-known problem for game designers, because we have our favorite chart about flow in games and about anxiety and boredom. If the game is too easy, it's boredom, and if the game is too hard, it's anxiety. This is the same thing in the life. If life is too hard, it leads to the anxiety. So what do we do in games when they are too hard and we are game designers capable of turning some knobs in our game to actually adjust the difficulty? We can make the difficulty lower, we can reduce the difficulty. So for the people in real life who feels anxiety, we have to reduce the difficulty. How can we do it? We have to provide them this quite simple, relaxing task. And the simplest task in games is actually, you know what, casual games like match 3 or some bubble shooters, or I don't know, like Candy Crush Saga, anything. And we have research by Rosenell and Fish and Robin about the efficiency of playing video games compared to these antidepressants in reducing treatment-resistant symptoms of depression. And this also goes for depression and anxiety, because these two things are sometimes they go together. And so the name of this article is already quite shocking. We are now comparing video games to antidepressants. And as you can understand, a casual video game will never do the same damage to the human body as an antidepressant, because yes, they can be addictive, but not in a chemical way. Of course, they're not so effective, but we all already have seen some researches about, just think about it, prescribed video games. So then your therapist says you should go and play Plants vs. Zombie like 30 minutes a day for a month, and it will make you feel better. That's quite amazing. We can also think about like monetization and user acquisition and other things in mobile games. They are not going very well along this our course today, because like if games asks you to actually perform some tasks that are very hard to perform, and you have to pay real money to be able to beat the game, or you have to grind a lot, so you have to actually add some some work to the game. That means that it will not be helping to beat the anxiety and depression. So there should be, and there are a set of very easy to play games. These games should be rewarding. They should have short sessions. They should be easy to play, maybe hard to master. Yeah, okay, you don't have to become the world champion in match 3 to beat your anxiety. That's totally okay. So these types of games, short sessions, easy to play, easy rules, rewarding sessions, all these quite understandable game design techniques to make a game that beats anxiety or helps to beat the anxiety. After that, the OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder. And so what is it? It's a mental and behavioral disorder in which a person has certain thoughts repeatedly, called obsessions, and or feels the need to perform certain routines repeatedly, called compulsions, to an extent that generates distress or impairs general functioning. And we have up to 2% of population who have OCD of different levels. Like 2%, that's a lot. That's a lot of people. The problem here is that OCD is actually beating video games. So we have an illness that fights back to game design, because people with OCD sometimes can't enjoy video games. So I have a citation here from the article on IGN, and it's coming into Mass Effect 3. My heart plummeted, then my hero started the game with a sliver of renegade points. If you remember Mass Effect, you know that there is a commerce system that you can become a paragon, who is like a good guy, or renegade, who is like a bad guy, an anti-hero, and it's up to you to decide who you will be. But you don't have full control over the process, because game doesn't show you like you have 5 renegade points and 7 paragon points. And for people with OCD who have to control everything, who have to make sure that everything is clean and sorted and so on, it can be very stressful. Like, wow, I have these like 5 bad guy points. What can I do to reduce them? What can I do to become a full paragon, for example? And game does just don't have a mechanism, a mechanic for you to achieve your goal. That can be a problem. So there are some triggering mechanics which can actually force the symptoms of OCD and prevent players from playing a game and enjoying it. So achievements, it was a great mechanic. All the time they thought that achievements were great for immersion, for engagement, that achievements were like a good thing because all major game platforms have them. But it can be a problem if you have the OCD. You will try to get all the achievements, and some of them are designed to be very hard to get. That's like a reasonable thing about achievements. Also collectibles, and they can be quite easy to find, but there can be a lot of collectibles in the game. Like there are games where we have maybe hundreds of collectibles, and in some games you do not know about total amount of collectibles. In some game series, for example, in Yakuza series, you can search for collectibles, like you are collecting small badges on the streets, and you do not know how many badges are there, and you try to collect them, and you're never sure have you finished or not. That's a problem for OCD affected players. After that, some players, the OCD, create themselves actual limitations, like I have to complete the game without taking any damage to my character, for example. That's okay. That's nothing we can do about it as a game designers, actually, or maybe a little, because these type of players always exist, and that's great. They contribute to the community by showing their completion of the game without taking any damage, for example. That's a great thing. And grinding, there you have to perform. There you have actually to exploit the OCD. So you have to perform the same action over and over again to obtain more resources, or I don't know, more experience points or something. And a lot of games actually exploits these mechanics. For example, Assassin's Creed series at some point became an open world game, and at some point they say to you, you have to collect this amount of in-game money, and you have to grind to make the same tasks over and over again. And all these mechanics are triggering mechanics for OCD. So what can we do to force players, this OCD, to not actually act like this? What OCD players say from the same article from the IGN, that if game restricts them from collecting all collectibles, for example, it can be useful. As an example, we have this game. This is Dying Light, an open world game about zombies. This is quite scary and quite hard to play. So it's not an easy game, especially on high levels of difficulty. And it's quite a scary game because you are fighting zombies sometimes at night, sometimes at the daylight, and not so pleasant experience. Maybe pleasant experience. That's a great game, actually, and I'm not here to criticize it, but not so pleasant experience for an OCD person who has to collect all collectibles, because some collectibles, as you can see on the map, there are a lot of them, and that's just one type of collectibles in the game, like zombie statues. They are guarded by zombies, and it can be difficult and scary to actually collect them all. And if the game declares to you that, dude, it not will be easy, it's an achievement or a collectible for like players who have no other activities in life, and they are happy to spend like 100 hours on our game because it's hard to do. People tend to just be okay, I will just complete a story because I don't want to spend this amount of time on these collectibles. As you can see, that's a completely different approach. The last time on the previous round of our discussion, when we were talking about anxiety, I was talking about easy games, like we have to make very easy games like match-free for this type of illnesses. And now we have another type of illnesses, and our game design bag is filled with completely another tricks. So now we are making games harder. So we actually have two major tricks here. First of all, as I said before, we have to break the thought action link. It should be a thought. there is a typo on my slide. We have to prevent our players from their OCD-based activities to help them enjoy our game. So we can make it like in Dying Light by adding difficulty, or we can force players to stop before finishing the task. And this approach about force stop for the players was actually tested in medical games, in games created not for commercial use, but for medical use. Like you have to press on 5 buttons and you're pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, and then game says, whoops, wait for 10 seconds. And you are not able to press the last button and complete the task. And your OCD screams like, do it now, but you can't. Game just break thought action link. And that means that OCD symptoms will be a little bit reduced if you play a lot of sessions of this game, because your mind becomes like capable to handle these powers. So it becomes capable to break this link to make an immediate action. And this forcing can be done by difficulty or by extra pause. And this helps to actually improve cognitive control. So now you can make your finger wait and not press the button, even then pause will be out of the game. So you will play like 5 levels where you have this pause. And on the 6th level, you will be able to create this pause by yourself. And it also helps to increase the ability to process errors for people with OCD, as stated in the article cited on the slide. We can also add some gameplay mechanics that require skill, time, and cognitive control. So you actually have to like say, okay, you want to control everything. You want to complete every task. That's what your OCD wants. Okay, let's do it. But the game will make it impossible. So you can try, but it will not be thought action, immediate thought action, because game will not tolerate this behavior. And we can max it out, and we can actually use games that are completely built on this cognitive control and error processing. I feel a little bit like I'm lecturing you. I'm not talking to you. I want some feedback from the audience. So please throw in some suggestions in chat. What games do you know that require a lot of cognitive control and a lot of error processing? What do we have?
Please, one more time, your questions.
I need an example of the game that requires a lot of cognitive control, like a lot of thinking, and a lot of error processing, like the game that requires you to process errors.
For example, like strategy games or like this, yes.
Yes, strategy games is a great example. So pretty much every strategy, Civilization, yeah, completely agree with you. So strategy games are a great example here, because you cannot control everything in strategy games, for example, in RTS games. And you have to process a lot of errors, like I created a wrong unit. For example, I created an archer instead of a horseman. And now what do I have to do with this error? Building in Minecraft, then Creeper can blow your buildings, error processing. Yeah, Minecraft actually requires a lot of error processing because you have unknowns. For example, Dying Light have age limit, and you can choose a difficulty. Yeah, Dying Light, of course, has an age limit of 18 plus because it's actually a zombie game. Yeah, that still can be scary, actually. So I know a lot of people are older than 18 who can still be scary of these type of games. So, but age rating here is quite reasonable. So another example of a game that requires a lot of cognitive control and error processing is this game about a task in the Visual 3 have a lot of tasks, and actually Visual 3 is is like a mixed example here, because all these question marks, especially in the late game, I think they are OCD triggering. So you start to collect all these useless question marks without any meaningful gameplay, and it can ruin the game, even for the player without mental illness. But that's my opinion. Okay, so another game that requires a lot of cognitive control and error processing is a Kerbal Space Program. Yes, Kerbal Space Program. Because you should do some rocket science here. You should build a rocket and direct the launch. And 3 astronauts in the rocket will die a lot of times because it's not possible to create a rocket like in the first attempt. You have a lot of details, you have a lot of thrusters, you have a lot of parts that should be controlled like in real space program, but you are alone here. And that's very OCD fighting game, because it allows you to do it. Like, okay, go on in the game, control everything. And at some point you will understand that it's not quite possible, and it's okay. And as you said, as Alexei said, we have all these strategy games, city builders, simulators, and so on that require a lot of error processing and cognitive activity. And another example is to fight OCD from another side. So if you want to get everything right, maybe we can create a game that don't punish you for doing thing wrong. For example, for failing tasks. There are a lot of games where you fail a task and that's a problem. Game says game over or start the level over or something like that. But there are games that actually allows you to fail your tasks, because that's how we live in life. There are some tasks that we have failed. There are some tasks that we will fail later. That's okay. We are not like ideal robots that able to do everything on time and correctly every day. Sometimes we fail. That's okay. So games should also sometimes show this type of behavior. For example, there is this game. Anybody can tell what the game it is from the screenshot, maybe? Yeah, that's a Stardew Valley that actually allows us to fail some tasks. And that's okay. That doesn't actually affect your gameplay process very much, because this game is based on like building relationships and caring for other people and caring for your little garden and so on. So what can we do to actually help these OCD affected people? First of all, we can provide, if we are going from this approach of reasonable amount of fails in life, we can create a safe space for experiments. Like in Kerbal program, it's not very safe space because those astronauts die, but the game itself delivers this idea that you will fail 100 times and on the next time it will be a success. That's okay. That's how we play the game. Or like a Stardew Valley, we can make a safe space for environment inside the game without even restarting the level or something. So the cost of an error should be very low, and we may allow our player to walk in fast experimental loops. So try this. Didn't work, okay, let's try the next thing, not a problem. And the easiest way, actually, like basic game design trick here, is to provide a save load. So like if your game has a manual save load, it can be exploited by your players to create a safe environment for them. After that, bipolar disorder, which is our next problem to address. And here we have a mood disorder characterized by periods of depression and periods of abnormally elevated mood that last from days to weeks each. That means that we have depression mixed with something. Like this is another boss for our challenge. And actually I haven't found a lot of researches and examples here. I have found some, but actually we do not have a lot of commercial games about bipolar disorder, because actually it's fighting depression. Because in the period of abnormally elevated mood or maniac phase, as it's called by medics, video games actually not a cure, because they try to elevate mood. And if your mood is already abnormally elevated, playing video games will not be the cure. You will be very effective, very skilled player here, maybe a little bit more skilled than you were in its normal state. But the only thing that you can do is to, we still can raise awareness. We still can make people make a game about a person who has bipolar disorder and who is, for example, your protagonist, to just raise awareness for people. But I don't know a lot of games. I have only one example, and it's mixed between fighting bipolar disorder and fighting depression. That's Night in the Woods, an indie game that was actually like a breakthrough in delivering the same experience as people with bipolar and depression have. So our possibilities here are quite limited, and mostly limited in the terms of fighting depression in these video games. After that, PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, that is a mental illness, and that's a health condition that's triggered by a terrifying event, either experiencing it or witnessing it. So you can hear about PTSD for example, formal military people who fought in like actual wars and have some traumatizing experience. But it can be a situation where you just saw something terrible. For example, you saw something terrible on television, for example, and it can also trigger PTSD. And symptoms may include flashbacks, nightmares, and anxiety, as well as uncontrollable thoughts about the event, like reliving it in your head again and again and again. Once again, we have at least two approaches here, and maybe more. So I know about two. Maybe there are a lot of other approaches. So first of all, casual games are still here to help, and we had an article also cited in the slide that was about an experiment. So experiment was created like this. We have 40 people split into groups by 20 people each. And all these 40 people have seen the same 12 minutes movie about medical surgery, about drug usage, about car crashes, about people drowning in the ocean. So very traumatizing video about death and blood and so on. After that, they had 30 minutes pause to think about it. And after that, they had a 10-minute session. One group was playing Tetris. So you just seen a traumatizing movie and they give you a Tetris and say, play Tetris for 10 minutes. And another group was given no task. So you just sit there and wait. And after that, they were writing their experiences for a week. They were noticing symptoms like flashbacks from this awful movie. And when you have a flashback, or you think about the movie, or you feel anxiety because you can't do anything because you think about the movie, you have to mark it in your journal. And the results were quite great for Tetris, because for people who have been playing Tetris, on the first picture here, number of flashbacks after watching the movie during the play was quite low, because they had average of 3 visual spatial no, not visual spatial, 3 flashbacks, and people without any task had average number of 7. And after that, in a week, people who played 10 minutes of Tetris after the movie had about 14 flashbacks a week, so 2 flashbacks a day. And people without Tetris got 21, so 3 flashbacks a day. A 1/3, like that's a great difference by 10 minutes of Tetris. And that seems quite a reasonable, quite an easy thing to do. So if you like a medic and you've seen your patient who just experienced something painful, for example, underwent a surgery, or I don't know, maybe you're a dentist or something like that, just provide a simple game, like handle them a phone or a tablet, this Tetris or any other visual spatial game like Match 3 or Plants vs. Zombies or anything, like pretty much any short session game that requires you to solve very, very easy tasks will do. And it will reduce number of bad emotions and flashbacks. That's the first approach. And the second approach is once again reliving the events this a person who have a PTSD. And that's a little bit more difficult approach here. And we have an example that is Spec Ops The Lion, a shooter. It's quite old. I think it's about 10 years old or something. That is based on the same book as the film Apocalypse Now. And that's a story about a soldier who actually has a PTSD. And during the game, that's also 18 plus. So it's also quite scary game in different terms. No zombies, but still scary. It just describes all these events that can be affecting people with PTSD during the activities. So once again, we have a medical approach and we have raising awareness and share knowledge approach. And once again, reliving these events in the game, then it's you, the protagonist, who feels it, who does horrible things because of PTSD. It will have an extremely high level of immersion, which is not possible these books, which is not possible these movies. After that, the last but not the least, we have the 7th point of our list, schizophrenia, which is serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. So schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations, delusions, and extremely disordered thinking and behavior that impairs daily functioning and can be disabling. We have a problem. Once again, we have society in which schizophrenia and other types of psychosis are very stigmatized. So people, these different psychoses are usually shown in media, in movies, books, and video games as antagonists, as our enemies. So we are fighting like a maniac researcher or maniac scientist, or we are fighting a maniac terrorist in some parts of Far Cry, for example, games. Like in Far Cry 3, we are fighting Vas Montenegro, who is actually having a psychosis, and we understand it. But there are different types, and there are psychosis, and there is antisocial personality disorder. And a lot of people who suffer from this type of illness are not antisocial. They actually want to be fully functional members of communities, of families, and work groups, and so on. And society is stigmatizing them. So that is a problem. And once again, since we are able to have amazing level of emotion, we can work with it to make some like, first of all, we can now let people feel the same thing as people with this psychosis experience. So this is the most important thing here is that there are things that cannot be explained. Like nobody can explain to a person without schizophrenia how it feels, but it can be felt. So video games, they're trying, some attempts were made to depict these effects. And we were limited by the technology of our time. And in early version of this depiction, like in American McGee's Alice and Alice Madness Returns, which is clearly a game about psychosis, because Alice in this game, our protagonist, is having psychosis, and that is the reason to going to the Wonderland, which is actually not a Wonderland in this game, but it's a great game, like a great platformer and action game, but it's not a game that lets you feel something about psychosis, because it's quite cartoonish and limited by technologies. So it's not an actual depiction, it's very basic depiction. But as some of you may know, in past years, we have very advanced depictions like Senua's Sacrifice, which was created by Ninja Theory. And that's a third-person action game. This protagonist who suffer from schizophrenia, actual psychosis. And it was created by the same studio that created DMC and Odyssey, and before that they created a couple of other action games. And so they know how to build, for example, a third-person action game, but they have also collaborated with Dr. Paul Fletcher, who is actual psychiatrist and medic and researcher in this kind of knowledge area. So what do we have in this game? First of all, we have different components. We have exploration. We have simple quests or simple puzzles, like drawing a rune or like placing an object in correct places to make the rune visible or something like that. And we have a fighting. So combat mechanic, that's quite simple, melee combat, that's it. And it feels like these mechanics are quite usual. So there are a lot of games with the same set of mechanics. So exploration, melee combat, quests, and story-driven progression. This can be DMC, this can be God of War, this can be, I don't know, pretty much any linear story-driven third-person action game. But what makes Senua specific is realistic depiction of mental illness. So what do we have here? We have, first of all, to make it quite realistic in terms of production. So the picture should be realistic. The mimic of your protagonist should be realistic. And the voice acting should be very special here. But that costs a lot of money because it's usually just very, very specific studios doing something like advanced mockup or motion capture that can be called performance capture. The difference between mockup and performance capture is that you also have to get a great data set on your mimic. So you have to be able to process all emotions of the actor. And now we have some extra possibilities. So first of all, we have a lot of technologies that can help us to capture the mimic. There's limited budget. For example, we in this case, we are talking about the game that was created by the team of 20 people, which is very, very small team for such caliber of the game. And they achieve it because of new possibilities in technological field, not only in game design field. First of all, you can now use advanced output devices. So now we have this like Dolby Atmos technology that allows you to have hundreds of sources of sound in your game or movie, and that allows you to hear sound from here, and from there, and mix them as you want to do it, and mix this great performance capture. It allows you to build a very realistic depiction. So I had placed a link to to development diaries here, so you can easily access, like, I guess there is about 20 videos about developing the game, and they were recorded during the development, not after the development, so that makes them a little bit more realistic and useful. And so the main features here is building their custom prototype for motion capture and performance capture. And they created this rig, these cameras by themselves. And the software was created by themselves in a quite small studio. They're very experienced, so it's not like an indie studio. They were independent at the moment, but they were very skilled professionals. But it's still possible, and it becomes a little bit more possible every day, since these technologies like AI, neural networks, image reconstruction, multi-camera sets, and so on becomes cheaper and more widespread and accessible for students and for researchers. So they build a multi-camera set for mockup and performance mockup. They created their own facial solver, so a software that reconstructs a mimic from the performance capture. They also used photogrammetry, which is quite, it was quite modern in 2015 when they were creating it, but now it's built in tooling for Unreal Engine, for example, so you only have to actually provide data. So to find a photogrammetry studio near you or to create a rig by yourself and something like that. So basic photogrammetry can be created, these very basic rigs actually, or quite cheap 3D scanners, or maybe even I have some information from our university that at some institutions here, people created photogrammetry rigs themselves. For example, they just took a normal digital camera and a simple controller that allowed them to rotate the camera around the object. For example, it's quite, possible to do. So the result of photogrammetry is a 3D model of the same object or human who was scanned. And after that, the ninja theory also suggests this type of tooling that allows you to actually scan the skin and mimics and wrinkles and so on, so get a very high-res texture and materials for your game, and that allows you to create like photorealistic graphics. After that, the sound design is very important, so they have created very specific sound system. There's multiple voices, multiple sources of sound, mixing them for the player, and created a realistic physical modeling of sound propagation. So that's basic, like now we are talking about basic physics, like we have this distribution of the wave of sound in acoustic gases and liquids that totally is well known to a lot of researchers in your universities, because there are a lot of mathematicians and software developers dealing with the same problem. And now it's time to actually use it in games, because now we have hardware powerful enough, and we have output devices for our users, like stereo headphones, like very common, and Atmos headphones, maybe not so common, but they're appearing on the market. And for example, this generation of consoles have their own sound processing engines, like PS5 has built-in hardware for sound. I don't remember the name. It was Tempest, I guess, because it's Sony in-house technology specific for them, and Xbox incorporated well-known Dolby Atmos technology and sound processor for that. And both these technologies are they are amazing. They allow you to actually work these like dozens of sound sources, and that's very interesting thing for the games that makes immersion better. And for our course, for like talking about depicting schizophrenia, for example, and hearing voices in your head, that is very important. And I marked it in red, so we now have VR. So we now have amazing level of immersion. VR helmet can also usually have stereo sound output. It has very well designed, very technologically elevated screens to output the video. So you can now access like almost unlimited immersion for people. You can show them and depict pretty much everything, including things that cannot be described. So ultimately, Xenia Sacrifice, this game, was created as medics. It was based on things, on the information provided by actual people with schizophrenia. After that, these people played the game and said, that's exactly what I feel when I have a phase of my psychosis. And after that, people without the illness can play the game, this good sound system, or maybe in VR helmet, because they're available for VR as far as I know, and actually understand what his friend or family member feels during these times of psychosis. Like not maybe not fighting in 3D melee combat these demons, that's not the case here, but hallucinations and sound hallucinations and voices are all depicted there. So we have core pillars of this game. It should be maybe not exactly this game, but any game that tries to depict an illness in a realistic way. It should be accurate, but it should not try to generalize, because psychosis can have different variants, different outcomes for different people. And it means that you will never create an ultimate depiction that's just a depiction of one version of the illness. Be sensitive about it, but not soft. So your protagonist is suffering from the illness, and you should be aware of it, but you should not be just building the game about the illness and illness only. It should also address other processes and problems and stories and so on, because that's how people with illness live. Your protagonist, Senua in this case, but in your other games, it can be any other protagonist, is a person not in mental illness. So Senua is a heroine here. She's our protagonist, and she is not described by just a girl with schizophrenia. There is a lot of other information about her. So her personality is not fulfilled with the illness. And she's a hero, not a victim. So we can be proud of her. We can admire her, not only pity her. After that, such games also can use pretty advanced game design techniques. Our bag of tricks is quite big here. For example, we can create quite, safe environment, but still talk about serious problems like fear of death. This game says that the dark road will grow each time you fail. Then you die the first time in the game. The hand of the heroine here on the bottom picture, that she's quite dark because it's dark in the game. The hand of the heroine becomes darker, becomes affected by some mythical dark road. And then the rod reaches Senua's head, her quest is over. And you start playing this, like thinking, wow, and what if I will fail again? It means a permadeath. It means that at some point my progress will be lost. Wow, that's sad. But actually, this mechanic doesn't work in the game. So developers never implemented it really. If you die a lot of times, like really a lot of times, there is no permadeath in the game. But the thing about it is planted in the player's head. So you do not have to actually implement all mechanics or in the game to create a proper narrative to depict the mental illness. As usual in the games and game design, we lie a lot to our players because that's how games work. That's how game masters work. And the same trick can be used here. As the next example, after the Senua, is What Remains of Edith Finch. That's a great story-driven walking simulator, as some players call this type of genre. It tells different short stories about our family members, and some of these stories are funny, some of these stories are quite scary, some of these stories are sad, and so on. And one of the stories is about Lewis, a brother of the main protagonist, who have been working on the cannery, on where he was responsible for cutting fish heads before putting these fishes in the like boxes or something. And this person also had a psychosis, like schizophrenia, these hallucinations. And that is actually my favorite example of implementing a specific mechanic in the game using modern game engines and modern game design techniques. Because actually what is a hallucination? That is something that we can see, but it actually never existed. So in the game, we can easily add something like that. And in What Remains of Edith Finch, to show this process, they just created another scene. There's a simple game that was rendered on our scene. So it was a basic mechanic of cutting fish heads, like our work. But we also have a fantasy about fantasy world where our co-protagonist is becoming a hero or a king or something. And first it was a small, as you can see, it's quite small hallucination for our player, where he just sees it as a part of the visible area. But during the game, it has been enlarging again and again. And at some point, the scenes were mixed in this proportion. So as you can see, this game, it was a third-person small game rendered in a very small scene in our actual game, and now it becomes a third person. Here we are. And here we are in a first person in basic game. So we are just rendering two scenes. That's quite possible. You can do it, for example, in Unity or Unreal. Nothing special about it in technical way. For now, it was not so possible like 15 years ago, for example. And you are mixing this hallucination, this player's world, and so on. And at some point, there is only hallucination and basic world available for our character is not visible anymore. So that is not an accurate depiction. So they don't have to actually build all these rigs and recapture images from real world motion and so on. It's a metaphor. As you can see, they going deep down that metaphor and placing some fishes in this imaginary world, which is clearly related to the previous mechanics of this game. But that's a good thing also. You can make this narrative by adding some game design tricks, by rendering two scenes to depict hallucination. You don't have to build the second Senua sacrifice. Ninja Theory will build second Senua sacrifice by themselves, but we can still find different approach to actually show what actually happening. After that, we have gone through the list of illnesses that we can address. And now I'd like to talk about palliative care. So what is it? At some point, for different illnesses, not only mental, but for physical illnesses only, the only thing that we can do is to help to reduce symptoms, to reduce pain, to help people without actually curing the illness. Because some illnesses cannot be cured. Some illnesses can be cured to a limit. For example, you just reduce the symptoms, but the illness itself will never be gone. So palliative care is derived from the Latin root palliare, or to cloak, is an interdisciplinary medical caregiving approach aimed at optimizing quality of life and mitigating suffering among people with serious complex illness. What does it mean? We can help people to live with their illness if we are not able to actually heal them. And as we are talking about video games, please do not be confused about like this is the next cure. No, it isn't, because video games cannot replace actual medical help. They cannot replace like medication or consulting this real doctor or something. That's just extra layer of help which should be used, because as we were talking at the beginning of this talk, there are a lot of players, there are a lot of gamers, like more than billion already, including mobile players. So spreading information is important here, and making some games a little bit more useful is important here. So as for example of palliative care in modern commercial games, we can talk about Split Furrow. This is a game about understanding what death is and being able once again to handle these bad emotions related to inevitable events and so on. That's a great example. And I also like to tell, as I can see, I'm almost out of time, so that's okay, because I have almost finished the presentation. I also would like to tell about the game that is being designed in our university by students who actually, I guess at least some of them are here in the chat. I can see Yana, and maybe Yana is here too. So they are designing a 2D. Yes, Jan is here too. Great. Proud to have you here. They're designing a two-dimensional adventure about a guy who wants to get out of his flat, but he can't because he have a specific mental illness. And by completing this adventure, the player will perform some actions and make some choices which can lead to actually helping the player to beat his illness and achieve his goal and get out of the flat. Or if it works in a bad way, it will not help the player, and the outcome will be not so like happy for him. This game's main feature is changing environment. So the flat will be looking worse and worse and worse, representing the mental state of the player, or it will be looking better if we are actually curing our illness. So I guess that's it for today's lecture. The last part is a playlist. A playlist is a list of games presented in the talk that I really recommend to play. That's not in any specific order, that's not in order of importance or something, but I suggest that this is reasonable list of games to play in terms of not only healing mental illness, but of having fun also, and in terms of being aware of modern game design approaches and tricks that game designers use in their games to create a proper narrative for them. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Okay, I can see something in the chat.
Participants, you have questions to Pavel?
I can see a couple of questions in the chat. I have one question. Georgi is asking about collectibles and OCD. If I understand correctly, you have said that a game designer can make collect some things harder by adding some enemies, for example, to prevent people with OCD spend a lot of times collecting them. But wouldn't make it worse than people with OCD can collect everything and could feel worse? That's the idea here. That may be a topic for discussion for sure, and I guess we will need some medics for this discussion. But I suggest the next thing here. First of all, we have to break this thought action link. So it's okay for people with OCD to not finish the task. That's how we help them. We say that this task actually probably will not be finished ever. And the game should state it like clearly. In some games, you can see that we have spikes in difficulty. Like this collectible, like first 3 collectibles are very easy to collect, and the 4th one is very hard to collect, for example, and the game never stated it. And it will be a problem because people will try to get these collectibles, they will fail again and again and again. But if the game translates this message. For example, some NPC says that you can collect, I don't know, like 3 parts of this suit. You can collect helmet, you can collect boots, and you can collect shield. But when you will try to collect the last part of the set, for example, you will try to collect the sword, it will be not possible. There is a dragon and it's very, very strong creature and no one can actually beat them. So that's it. Just a simple, rough example here. So the person should be aware that it will take a lot of skill, it will take a lot of time and a lot of attempts. So we still have to make sure that if this collectible is present, there should be at least like 1% of people, like try-hard players, who will try to get it, and they will get it. But for other players, we should just say, don't worry, it's for them. for specific type of players, it's not connected to main story, it's not connected to your outcome. For example, in some games like Batman Arkham Knight, you have to collect all collectibles to get the true ending. That is OCD triggering mechanic. You have to collect all these riddles from the Riddler. It takes a lot of playing hours. That's a bad mechanic. But if it will be okay, you can collect all these small extra tasks and collectibles, that's okay, but it will not affect the outcome. It's a safe space to fail. If you not collected all the riddles, you will still have a true ending of the game. That is a way to reduce the impact of OCD on the gameplay. And to the second question, could therapeutic games be commercially targeted projects? And how do you split games? Thank you for the question. And how do you split games to commercial and therapy games? The second part is quite easier to answer for me, so I will start there. Commercial game is created to earn some money. So if you start to create game to like, it should be profitable. And if it will not be profitable, that's bad. That's a commercial game. And if you create game, it should help people with a specific illness. If it fails miserably in terms of sales, that's not a problem. That's a therapy game. They can be mixed. So Senua is a commercial game with a therapy effect. And if you are a doctor and you are trying to, so you're a doctor, for example, you are curing specific type of PTSD, for example, and you have made a research and understood that, okay, I can make this specific match-free game and it will help soldiers, for example, I don't know. You don't care about actual sales. I guess as far as I can understand, in this situation, you will go to governmental funding or private funding and get some money to create this game. And it can be commercially successful if you will try to sell it for, I don't know, medical institutions, for example. So I'm not sure about that we can mix it in same proportion, like that we can say, okay, it will help people and be profitable, because it's possible to combine them, but they somehow conflict with each other. So if it should be profitable, for example, I should think about user acquisition. I should think about the session length. I should think in terms of, I want a lot of players. I want a larger player base. Why should I make a game that will target people with OCD, for example, that are 2% of population? I should make a game that will target, I don't know, 50% of population, not 2%. So I guess that's just not the most effective way to build games. But commercial games with therapeutic effect. Commercial games that raise awareness about some problems in society, about mental issues. Totally okay. I also, personally, I think that that idea that, for example, Senua is very connected to mental illness helped them a lot in promotion. So pretty much every game journal, every game website have wrote an article about it. Like, look, the video game that also helps researchers and people with illnesses, and it gave them amazing promotion, and they collected like 5 BAFTA, which is very honored thing to have in game industry. That's a reward for game developers. I don't think that if we take out of the scenario this mental illness gimmick, and it will be just a third-person game with some melee combat, it will be successful on the same level, because it's just like another generic 3D melee combat game. That is a very important part here. So my answer is not very, I don't know, like I don't have an exact answer. The outcome here, I don't think that we can mix these two things successfully, but I think that components of therapeutic effect and therapeutic games can be incorporated in commercial games successfully, like I guess 80 to 20, for example. So you are building 80% of commercial game, this 20% of therapeutic game in it. Okay. Any other questions, please? Thank you for your question, Victor.
Pavel, thank you very much. I think we need to finish because now we have a break for the dinner, and after the break you have a workshop. And I think if somebody have questions, they will ask you after the break or in chat or when you say when you make your workshop.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation and lecture, Pavel. It is really good impression about what kind of games. And as for me, I get very interesting features from your presentation, and your playlist. It is interesting too. I think I try to use probably one of these games. Thank you very much for that. Let's meet after the break.
Thank you so much. Meet you after the break.
I want to say one more time that our break before 2 p.m. Astrakhan and Baku time. 2 p.m. Павел, а вы еще здесь? Хорошо, ладно, я спрошу тогда после. Павел, слышите меня? Pavel, are you ready for the workshop? Okay, I think I sent him a message.
Alexei, are you here?
Yes, Pavel, please send the presentation, or you can upload
Okay.
yourself to the Moodle system.
Yeah, I tried to upload to the model, but
Okay, if you have a problem, I help you with this. Maybe you can not have access. Just now I need to check.
Okay, I may send them to you by email, I guess.
Just 1 minute, okay.
Okay, and I want to ask you to create a task in the Moodle
Okay.
for this workshop.
Yeah, I see you as a teacher.
Oh, okay, so I will try myself maybe. Yes, I'm a teacher, but when I click, oh, okay, now I see it. I guess okay. Now
Turn editing mode.
yes, thank you. Now I can upload everything. And I guess we still have 5 minutes, yes?
Yes, of course. You may get more time for this because it is very important to upload all materials to the Moodle system.
Okay, I will do it just now. Okay, I just uploaded both today's lectures. And Alexei, do we start now or do we still wait for?
Thank you for this. Yes, we can start right now.
Okay, great. So what I have to do is to share screen once again. And the second topic for today will be a little bit more positive, because talking about mental illnesses can be a little bit unsettling. But I guess that's okay.
No, interesting.
And I also like to say that on Saturday, I will have a second lecture on both topics. And we will talk about some practical advices on how to what can we actually do in terms of mechanics in games related to mental illnesses. And we will have a second workshop on trading card games, and details will be described during this lecture. So this is a little bit more practical talk. because, you know, trading card games are very easy to actually create them, to build them, to design them. Maybe they are deceptively easy because building a great game is always a difficult task. Doesn't matter what genre we are in, but this is a great starting point. So let's start this very beginning. What are TCGs? Trading card games. So games based on cards, usually physical cards, that can be traded, exchanged, bought, and so on. And we can play with them. How do we play? We build a deck from the cards that we own. We'll talk about some details of the process later. And we find someone who has the deck from the same TCG, and we play. That's it. The mother of all TCGs is Magic the Gathering, a well-known game designed by Richard Channing Garfield, who is a mathematician by his like first and main job at that moment. And as you will see during the talk, there was a reason that a mathematician created trading card games, because the balancing and designing process will require a lot of mathematical work. He designed it in 1993, but as far as we know, he started prototyping at least at 1982. So it was like 10 years in prototyping or something, not the less. So, okay, let's do one thing. I will ask you to write a plus in chat if you have played any of TCG, like Magic the Gathering or Hearthstone or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or Gwent or something. Just I will be able to understand how many people are actually. Okay, and we also have a minus. Okay.
Yes,
okay.
one minus.
Okay, great. Thanks for response, Nikita. So, core principles. We have some rules. We have a set of rules. So we have rules about building the deck, how we can use our cards, what we can place in the deck, what are limits, and so on. We have rules about actually playing, who does what at each turn. TCGs are usually turn-based. We have a metagame that consists of collecting cards to place them in your deck or trading them and so on. And usually we have a one-on-one games. There are a lot of different modes now in TCGs that allows to play 2-on-2 or 8 people. They're each one is for themselves and so on. But initially, and like a core principle, this is a PvP one-on-one. Before MTG, we had something that was quite similar. We had baseball cards. In the United States, at the beginning of the century, we had something like this, collectible baseball cards. They were also playable. They had some simple rules. Deck building and collecting already was present, and so on. And after that, we also had, maybe after MTG was released, but nonetheless, we had other modifications like cube collecting games, where you have not a deck of cards, but a set of cubes, and you have to collect different cubes and put them in the bag, and this bag is actually your deck, and you have some rules about using these cubes during the game process. What's so interesting about TCGs in game design? They allow us to implement a lot of different mechanics. They allow us to implement a lot of different strategies that can be reused in many other genres. So first of all, you can use TCG as an engine for your board game. You can use TCG as a paper prototype for your strategy game or for your tactics game, especially for turn-based games, first of all, because it's not so well suited for real-time games, but for any other type of turn-based games, it's a great starting point. So talking about the most well-known, I guess, card game about MTG, now we have championships, we have online tournaments, offline tournaments, and so on. As you can understand, from 1993, we had like 4 releases per year. I may be mistaken because, you know, a lot of time have passed, but we have dozens of releases of MTG, different cards being printed and so on. So we have a lot of data to analyze. We have a lot of information. In the end of presentation, there will be a set of links for GDC talks, Game Development Conference, about from game designers of Hearthstone, MTG, and Slay the Spire, and other TCGs and TCG-based games. So let's analyze. From a practical point of game designer, let's take a look at the card from MTG. So this is a card, like quite understandable, usual card, and it has a lot of information on it. So first of all, we have a name printed at the top of the card. Oh, I want to hide this. Hide this panel. Oh, it's back again. Never mind. So we have a name. We have a mana cost that is printed in this specific way of showing us what mana can we spend. So this means 6 mana, 3 water mana, and 3 fire mana. We also have a type. So the thing printed on this card is a legendary creature, Dragon Wizard, and all these words are meaningful, and that's actually a problem and an opportunity for us as a game designers. We will talk about it later. We also have this symbol, which describes set and rarity. So the color of the symbol describes the rarity of the card. So it's golden, so it's rare card, and it's shaped as a crown, and this crown has a connection to a specific name of the set of cards it's being printed in. So by looking at this icon, we can understand the year of printing and so on. We also have rules and effects, a lot of text placed on the card. So this spell can be countered, and it's flying, and so on and so on and so on. A lot of rules can be displayed on the card. We also have information about the offer, about number of the cards in the set, and we also have health and attack of the card printed at the right bottom part. So as you can see, we have a whole bunch of information here. And for game designer, that's actually a challenge. So we have to design all these rules and subsystem, and we also have to be quite decent UI UX experts to place all this information on a small piece of paper, because cards are relatively small. It should be nice for players, so they will be happy to look at their cards. It's also should be informative enough, and it's also should be accessible enough, so it should be easy to read and understand what actually happens when you play this card. Because we have a lot of different pieces of information here, card can vary very much from one another. So if we will look at other card, Shredded Sails, it's the same pattern, but it's completely another card. It has different rules, it has different types, it has no information about damage and hit points, because that's an instant, a spell that you play and it's not being placed on the field, so it doesn't need to have hit points and so on. So information can be different, and it's black, so it's a common card from another set and so on. the thing to admire here for MTG is a way they redesigned their cards during all these years. So first of all, if we will look at quite ancient cards like Invoke Prejudges from 1994, it has all the same information and mana cost and placement of the elements as the modern cards. Like this is 2005 card, and that was quite new cards 2020, 2018. But still, the initial design stands strong. It allowed to place all needed elements on a piece of paper, and it's a very well designed thing. But it looks complicated because the game is quite complicated. So I still don't see the chat, and I want my video panel back. Okay, now great. After that, let's look at the battlefield. So how is it played? I will use the image from MTG Arena, the most recent online version of the MTG, because it's like easier to understand what happens here. Quite, more readable than real world photos. As you can see, it's still a very complicated game. Because we have a lot of objects, and all these objects have names and purposes and so on. So we have our hand cards that are available to us. We have our deck where we can take new cards. We have graveyard to place cards that have been played. We have permanents that are placed on our side of the battlefield. Opponent has all the same things like permanents, graveyard, deck, hand, and cards can have different effects. They can be tapped. They can have different types. We also have I guess, Nikita, thanks for the question, but you should wait around 10 minutes before we get to Hearthstone. Because we don't want a simpler game, we want to learn how to design them. And we have our health, and we also have this thing that describes our turn, and our turn is split in parts. So that's quite a complicated system. Why is it great? Why do we want to actually have a complicated system here? First of all, it gives us a great replayability. Since our opportunities are limited in terms of quickly delivering new content, specifically in terms of real-world paper-printed TCGs, we should be sure that a person who has a deck of our TCG cards can play it more than once before he or she gets bored. So we need to provide a great replayability. A huge number of elements in this game provide a great replayability. After that, we have endless expansion possibilities. And that's true since they are printing expansions from 1993 to this day. That's a lot of time, and we can use all these elements available to us. We can vary set of creatures, set of spells or instants. We can vary some rules. We can add something that works these different parts of our game. After that, endless strategies. Since we have created a lot of rules, we allow our players to actually use these rules to create their own strategies. And that's an important part of the game, because then you create a TCG, you create some strategies, you create some tactics and so on, but you will never create all set of possible strategies that will be used by your players. After that, we have diverse art, because as you have seen on previous slides, we have handy pictures here, and it's very important that we have interesting, eye-catching art on our cards. We can introduce new rules. As you have seen, we have tiny pieces of rules printed on each card, and we can declare, like it's done in MTG, that rules on the card are more important than any other rules in the game. So we can just update our rules dynamically, and each word is meaningful. That means that all these graveyard, deck, permanence, and so on are meaningful words, not just names. So we can use them in our new sets of rules. We can place cards in graveyard, we can place cards in decks, we can write a rule that will state something like take 3 cards from your graveyard, and so on. So we have a game design language based on these terms, these keywords, these names, and so on, that can be very expressive. So you can create a lot of expressions here. You can create a lot of constructions. After that, we have some drawbacks. So first of all, this is a very complicated game. Any TCG is a complicated game, which is usually hard to balance. Because it is hard to balance, there will be OP, overpowered cards and overpowered strategies. For example, you are printing a new set, and on MTG you can see sets of 2000, no, not 2000, 250 cards. And 250 cards is a great number of cards. It's hard to balance them. There will be better cards and worse cards. And you should also keep in mind that all previously printed sets are still available to the players. So usually you will try to limit a number of sets that is available to play. You will add some standard mod where, for example, only last 4 sets are available to play, and all other sets will be available in some legacy mod or something like that. And you will say as a designer that in the legacy mode, everything happens. We never designed a balance system for legacy mode because there are literally thousands of cards and it's impossible to balance them. So more cards, more problems for you as a game designer. And rules should be easy to learn, because if I have a new player who should be my player to play my TCG, to buy my cards in digital or physical form, I should not intimidate my potential player. If I show this picture, our participants got scared, like, why not a Hearthstone? That should be something easier. So you actually have to design a set of rules that will not be intimidating. It should be easy to play, hard to master. So the first game may be not exploiting all possibilities. Player may not know all the rules, but he should still be able to at least play his first game. MTG is not alone here. There are a lot of other games like Pokemon card game, Yu-Gi-Oh card game, Artifact from Valve, which was designed by the same author as MTG, but it's died in short after the public release. We also have games that use TCG as an in-game engine, like Slay the Spire, which is a roguelike game, these procedurally generated levels where you have to beat enemies using a dynamically created deck which you improve during your run. And roguelike games, here will be a whole about the name roguelite and roguelike and what is roguelike and what is not, but I will now speak in like broad terms about procedurally generated games, these permadeath. So these type of games can be used this TCG logical engine like a charm. They are like created for each other. We also have, as you can see, a lot of games based on well-known universes. Like Pokemon card game should be popular because of popularity of Pokemon franchise, and Gwent is TCG from the Witcher world, which also uses popularity of the Witcher's world to actually boost the popularity of the TCG. And initially, MTG was incorporated in the structure of Wizards of the Coast, and it also uses a lot of meta information from their worlds. So if you will dig into the connections between MTG and old school RPGs and Dungeons and Dragons, you will be surprised there are actually a lot of connections. So that means that at some point, people will try to build a game, a story-driven game that will use TCG as just one component. For example, we have a Thronebreaker, which is based on Gwent as a battle system and nothing more. That means that all the metagame will be incorporated into the story-driven game itself, and all TCG elements will be used not in PvP mode, but in PvE, player versus environment mode, and that is also quite useful approach here. So after that, Hearthstone, which is actually a revolution in a world of TCGs. Quite, understandable way of constructing a game based on the well-known universe of Warcraft and World of Warcraft. And it was initially designed to be a digital TCG. And that's important for us as practical game designers, because the idea before was to sell cards, actually sell paper cards. So you go to the store and you buy a pack of cards. And that means that all digital versions of MTG were limited to the possibilities of a physical card engine. We will talk about it a little bit later, but there are a lot of limitations that come from the possibility to play these actual cards. Hearthstone was designed as a digital-first game, so there is no paper version of Hearthstone, at least officially supported, because it has rules that cannot be implemented in the physical world. And that means that if we target our platform beforehand, as we should do, we can utilize the features of this platform. So Hearthstone was designed as a digital-first PC game, but in the mind, there is a future mobile release that was like maybe a year or a couple of years after the initial release, because everything in TCG suits the mobile approach well. So we have quite short sessions, and that means that in MTG, we have like a 10 minutes game, which is quite long for a mobile game session. In Hearthstone, we have like maybe 6-7 minutes. And I don't know about the median value, but I guess it's 5-6 minutes for a game in Hearthstone. And that is a reasonable length for a mobile game session. So when you design your own TCG, you should think about the meta in all terms. So how the cards will be distributed, what parts of TCG you will sell, what parts of TCG are available for free. So for example, if you are a new player in Hearthstone, you start with some digital cards that are given to you by the game. If you are a new player in MTG, you have to go and buy yourself a deck. But since the company that is selling MTG packs can understand that it's hard to sell a new deck to a new player because I'm not aware of the game, why should I go and buy myself quite expensive deck? They have specific newbie decks for new players, and you can go to a local club or local community of MTG players. They should usually be connected officially with Wizards of the Coast who prints cards. They will give you the first pack of paper cards for free. That's very important, and to provide an easy start for the player. So after this revolution, that was created by a strong company. There's a huge imaginary world, imaginary universe that provided initial set of creatures and spells and art and so on. And after they designed a game for a particular platform, for a particular set of limitation, limitations and discarded all other limitations, they became a huge success. So let's look into some details. Here we have a couple of cards. One card is from Hearthstone and another card is from MTG. As you can see, card from Hearthstone designed in completely another way. So first of all, the border. The border in MTG card is quite easy to print and cut out from a printing list, because this card should be created in physical world. This card have some problems. I don't want to print it and cut these details because it's quite impossible and it will increase the cost of the production. But since it's a digital first game, I can create what I want. I don't care about printing. After that, we have a lot less information here. Let's get into the details. So what important parts of the card do we have here? We have a cost part. What should I pay to play it? And it looks different. We have different sections for keywords and types and subtypes. And we have information about health and attack printed in different ways. So let's dig into some details. So this comparison, the cost in Hearthstone is very simple. You have mana, you have 1 mana on the first turn, 2 manas on the second turn, and so on up to the 10. So after the 10th turn, you got no new mana. 10 is the max. What does it mean for us as game designers? That means that we suggest shorter games, that after the 10th turn, nothing new actually happens. These your possibilities to play cards. So it possibly means that around the 10th turn, we have super late game. What do we have in MTG? First of all, we have 6 different manas, like gray mana, which is universal mana, and the specific green, red, white, blue, and black mana, which allows you to construct a very complicated rules for generating this mana, because in Hearthstone there is very simple rule. Each turn, 1 new mana point. In MTG, we have a very specific system of lands. Each land can produce a specific mana or 2 types of mana, and so on and so on and so on. And later we will dig into these details and understand which system has which pros and cons. After that, text on the card. Since it's a mobile game, mobile first game, and game that was initially created to be played maybe on smaller screens, we don't want to write a lot of text on it. And since we want an online play where your opponent will wait until you take a turn, turns should be limited in time, and that means that you don't have time to read a lot of text. You don't have time to analyze what actually happens. We have a keyword, battle cry, which is printed in a bold font, and which means something, and the player should be aware of what the battle cry is, because that is a keyword. So the application will show us the details about it. And it's quite simple, usually, like give your hero +1 attack this turn. There are longer descriptions, but they never get these long as we got in MTG. In MTG, we have a lot of keywords like trample and indestructible. They are just keywords. You have to know what do they mean. If you don't know, you have to dig into rules. But since it's an offline first game and you are playing with a real human you can talk to, you can ask your opponent what is indestructible, what does it mean, or you can just open a book of rules and spend 20 seconds to find a proper page and read it. We also have this set of text. It's printed in another font. Why? Because in italic font, we can print a literature part of the card. It means nothing to the game rules. It's just a low part. It's just an information that helps you to understand the narrative. And in Hearthstone, we don't have narrative printed on the card because we have one more channel to connect the player, which is sound. If you play Hearthstone with sound on, your cards will talk something when you play them. They will say something when you play, they will say something when you attack, some of them will say something when they die, and so on. And that makes the narrative. But in analog world, we don't have sound design, so we print this extra narrative information just on the cards. After that, as you can see, we have very limited possibilities to write a type in a Hearthstone. Demon is a demon, okay, but we have just this section, so it cannot be creature, centaur, warrior. No, maybe demon. Or maybe we can write something here and it will reduce our possibilities to write other rules. But in MTG, it can be like a type creature and a couple of subtypes, centaur, warrior, and so on. So it can be very complicated, and all rules applied to the warriors will be applied to this card and to the creatures and to centaurs and so on and so on and so on. So the platform, physical world, mobile, PC, consoles, and so on, defines our possibilities in terms of rules building. Okay, now let's get to the basic rules. So there should be something common for all these TCGs. So quite basic rules here are, we have 2 players usually. Okay, there are a lot of different modes, but this is like a ground zero starting point. And each player has a deck. It's turn-based. Cards are important. So if you try to, if you see 2 conflicting rules in a rule book and on the card is more important. Because that is the possibility for game designers to change something, this new expansion, and you should always do it like this. So everything printed on the card is more important than everything printed in the rules. After that, a mulligan, that is a term that explains the process of changing your initial hand, because this thing is quite randomized. So you shuffle your deck initially and take some cards, and you can look at them and understand that's a bad hand, I will lose at the beginning, or that's a problem, because in game design we are very scared of predefined outcomes. If your player knows that it will take 5 turns and I will be dead, okay, the game becomes boring, not interesting to the player. So we have to provide a possibility to actually change something beforehand, before starting of the game. And that's the process. You take some cards, look at them, and you can change your hand. In Hearthstone, you can do it once without any penalty. And you can change separate cards. In MTG, you can change your hand as many times as you want to, but each time you take 1 card less. So your initial hand was 7 cards. You don't like it, you take 6 random cards. You don't like it, you take 5 random cards, and so on and so on. So there is a small penalty. After that, we should provide limits. All TCGs have limits. First of all, deck size. Too small deck size. That's a problem. If I have 10 very strong cards, I will use these 10 very strong cards. I also may have a rule that will state that I will lose if my deck is empty, or I will have any other penalties if my deck is empty. But the possibility to play this smaller deck, these best cards, is overpowered possibility. So we have a bottom limit. In Hearthstone, once again, in general mode, we just have both limits. It's 30 cards, no more, no less. And in MTG, you have usually a lower limit, like 60 cards in constructed mode. And sometimes you don't have upper limit, or it can be added as an extra rule, because mathematically, more cards means that you have less control over your deck. Because if you have 30 cards, your possibility to take each card is well known, 1/30. And if you have 100 cards and they are all different, your possibility to take a specific card that you need is quite lower. You have less control over your deck. And it also means that we should think about one more rule about a number of copies of the card in the deck. So if I can play a deck with 30 same cards, it will be great for me because I will put that specific card 30 times. That allows me to win. But now game designers should think about it, and we have limit of 2 cards in Hearthstone and limit of 4 cards in standard MTG. After that, hand size, so quite usual. Some combinations, as we'll see later, require you to collect a set of cards in your hand. And if your hand is unlimited, that makes this strategy an overpowered strategy. And we have limited resources. First of all, we have limited hit points of the player. Most trading cards are based on the mechanic of dealing damage to your opponent. And we start with 30 or 20 hit points and dealing damage to each other to see who wins. And mana, as we told before, the rules for adding mana and spending mana are very important, and mana is always limited. So this is the basic rules, and when you start to define your set of rules for your TCG, this is a good starting point. Maybe some of them can be replaced. Maybe you will start these 3 players in mind, but you should be careful about these rules because they all have reasons. After that, let's look at these 2 cards. Now I want to dig into details in differences between MTG and a Hearthstone. So what we have here, we have a creature. There's a text. Add a dream card to your hand at the end of your turn. This is a great digital card, but it cannot be placed in a real-world paper-printed game because I don't know what the dream card is. Actually, in Hearthstone, we have 5 dream cards. There are specific cards that cannot be placed in your decks initially, but they can be obtained by some other effects like Arc, Druid, Narlex. And that means that if I want to make a paper-printed version of this game, I have to provide Arc, Druid, Narlex and 5 dream cards to each Arc Druid, which is expensive. That also means that for these 2 turns, we have to switch a rule a little, because if I took one of Dream's cards on turn 1, I may not be able to take the same card on the turn 2, which is possible in this description. And the same goes for Onyx Mage Scribe. Add 2 random spells from your class. To play it physically, I have to be able to get 2 random spells from my class or something. So I need all cards from my class, or at least I need a list of all cards in my class. That's not possible. So limitations of platform are very important. That also means that randomizing a lot by adding some cards, by taking random card, is a feature of digital first games, because randomizing in real world requires a random number generator, and we have a limited number of these generators in the real world. First of all, we have cubes, D6, D10, D20, and so on, but that also means that you have to provide these cubes for your players. And if your player doesn't have a D20 cube, that's then a mobile application that will help to play a real-world game. No, it's bad. So if you suggest to build a game that will be possible to play without any devices, it should require minimum amount of extra tools to play. So to play MTG, it's enough to have 2 pieces of paper and 2 pens, or maybe 1 piece of paper and 1 pen if you are happy to write HP for both players. That's it. That's a minimum requirement. So minimum system requirements, piece of paper and a pen. That's okay. So what rules can we see in popular games that cannot be applied in a paper version, like add n copies of something, add 10 copies of something. HP reduced, attack increased, and so on. It requires memorizing. If I want to say that my creature has +1 attack for the rest of the game, I have to mark it somehow. MTG has counters as an extra tool. I lied you a little. We need something else, but they can be also created with pen and paper. So that's okay, and there are specific cubes for that if you have them, but paper is okay here. But memorizing it is impossible. So all these buffs and extra information and debuffs in MTG usually works for one turn only. Like your creature has +2 attack for this turn. Okay, I will remember for this turn. Turn is short. I will use this effect and forget about it for the rest of the game. I don't have to memorize it. In digital game, that's okay. After that, take a random card. Once again, randomizing in real world is expensive. So random card means that I take my deck, I shuffle it, I take a random card, I reshuffle it. Because at each point I can accidentally or on purpose look at my deck and remember something. And that's a problem, actually. On tournaments, you also ask your opponent to interact with your deck, move it a little or something, and add something to your deck. To add something to your deck, to your hand, to your playfield, to your graveyard, you have to actually have it. So if this card wasn't provided to the player, it's a problem. So paper version has a lot of limitations. After that, we talk about basic rules, and now we can talk about advanced rules. As you can see, there can be a lot of advanced rules. For example, this card has infect, and we have description for the infect here because that's not a default keyword, and you may not have a set of rules where this keyword is described. So it's printed here. This creature deals damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counter, and so on. After that, at the beginning of your upkeep is another keyword, another advanced rule, because turns are split into the phases in MTG, and that's upkeep phase. You should know what is it. So players should be aware of what's upkeep. Put a 1/1 green, that is a keyword because it means that mana should be green here. Insect, that means that I will create a creature that is a keyword. Insect, creature is a keyword. Token is a keyword because there are a lot of spells that has information like deal damage to all tokens, not all creature, just creature tokens. This infect, that's a reference, the same infect. Onto the battlefield for each poison counter. What is the poison counter? So we also have to know something about poison counters. Opponents have. So battlefield and opponents are keywords also, but they are quite understandable. So this is a very advanced card. In terms, you have to know a lot. And most of these terms are not so default to MTG. So these poison tokens decks are a specific set of decks. They even don't try to attack players' HP. They win by placing 10 poison tokens on the player. Specific rule. Looks intimidating, but that's our possibility, actually. So all these words are meaningful. As I said before, all these words mean something, and we can use them later to upgrade our set of rules. Because if your game was created in 1993, your core players who spread information about your game into the community, they will be aware of all the rules, and they will be bored. So I played every deck, I played every possible strategy. What should I do next? So your core players will be not happy. You will make them happy by adding extra rules, and they're very optional. So if I don't want to know anything about these infect and infect creature insect tokens whatsoever, I just don't use them in my deck. They're not required. And if the opponent uses them, he will just tell me about them. After that, There are a lot of basic words that can be reused, like deck, graveyard, and so on. There is also a great example. We had this mechanic in Hearthstone, charge versus rush. Charge was a mechanic that was allowing creatures to attack opponent on the turn they were played. And usually creatures in Hearthstone can do that. And it was a rule that was overpowered for some types of decks. We will talk about types of decks a little bit later. Other types of decks suffered from charge because the possibility to attack your opponent twice as fast as other decks was very powerful. At some point, they created a smaller version, like a lighter version of charge, which is rush. If you don't know the details, it's like a synonym, like charge or rush. What does it mean? How do I play it? So they created another word, quite the same, wrote another set of rules. The rules are different a little. Rush allows your creature to attack opponent's creatures, but not the opponent itself. So you can still, your creatures are still a little bit faster, but the core principle of fast attacking of the opponent is not available here. And since you're printing it on cards, you can stop printing cards this charge and print all new cards this rush. So you replace one word, there's another. You do not skip a mechanic, but you reduce a number of charge cards significantly. And add amount of cards, there's a new rule. The possibility to update your card set, this new expansion is a great thing here. You should also solve one problem. You should somehow remove all these old charge cards from the playing pool, from the metagame. It can be used by declaring that at the starting form of my games, you can play with a limited number of previously printed sets. For example, last 4 sets always. And you print a set, like 2 sets in the year, for example, and all cards bought in the last 2 years are playable in standard mode. That's it. That also boosts your sales. After that, poison tokens, that is the thing that we talked about here, like a completely new mechanic, completely new way of winning the matches, and fully optional. And fatigue decks, that's also a great example, like poison tokens. What if I will not try to reduce opponent's health to the 0? What if I want to reduce opponent's number of cards in the deck, and then his deck will be empty, I will win? That is quite a twisted strategy that is not based on core rules. Once again, I created another strategy for my players, so they will be able to play it in a different way. And it's also optional. You can still play fatigue deck against normal usual deck, and the outcome will not be so obvious. So keep in mind that your initial set of rules can be very limited and easy to understand, but you will be able to add something important later on. Okay, deck building options. That's a long-term goal for a game designer, because we will not be able to get our hands on it. So you actually have to release your game to define the deck building options. But usually there are 2 main approaches here: constructed and draft. Constructed is a way where you allow your player to actually construct a deck. I take all the cards that I have, shuffle them into the deck, that's it. Draft or sealed modes, there you have limited opportunities. For example, you go to the club, you have a limited amount of cards. For example, you buy free boosters, free packs of cards, and you collect what you have and build the deck out of it. It has like analog modes in Hearthstone, like Arena or Duels, where you build your deck with some cards that will be available to you during the run or on the initial creation of the deck. And for new players, it's very great thing to have its pre-built decks. So designer of the game already created some strategies, so he can build a deck that will be playable, maybe not on competitive level, but on the beginners level. And it will show some basic rules. It will not use like infect tokens or fatigue mechanic or any other specific mechanic, just basic rules. It will be your starting deck, like a starting set, or dual decks where you have two decks combined by a common idea and they are equal in power. So it's interesting to play one against other in this pair of decks. And we should remember that building the deck is a part of the play, a fun part. So we reduce this part at the beginning by the pre-built decks, but later on we allow players to update these pre-built decks or create their own. So usually you add some space for upgrade in the pre-built decks. You don't build very strong decks. You add the possibility to somehow manage it later. After that, as I said before, we have a possibility to put it to another use. So if you designed a strong TCG system, it can be used in pair with roguelike or roguelite or any other game. We have a possibility to use it as a combat engine in story-driven games. We have now a whole set of after battlers, and we have ladders of all types. So if you have one level, then you add something to your deck, go to another level, win, add something to your deck, go to another level. This mechanic is very well built around this deck building and TCG combat. So now let's dig into Hearthstone a little bit deeper. So first of all, this is an auto battler example. We have 8 players, and we don't have the most important part of TCG. We don't have battles. We just collect our deck. We play all cards from our deck on the battlefield. So we have nothing in hand. We may have nothing in hand, and we don't play anything during the battle. And all your creatures are fighting these enemy's creatures by themselves. You just create your squad. That is a very interesting game design problem here, or maybe game design opportunity here, which is quite the same thing. Because why should I play a game that plays itself? Is it interesting for a player to actually just watch the process, not participate in it? So level of immersion should be really low here, but it has some pros. First of all, we have a lot of possibilities to play it in short sessions. Like I built my squad and now I'm doing something else. I don't know, watching some not very interesting series on TV and still playing with these auto battlers, multitasking, very modern way of playing games, or playing in transport or something. After that, we have a whole culture of watching streams, watching other people's play on Twitch and so on. So watching the game is also an activity, and that's something mixed between playing and watching. And also it has that very specific feature, easy to play. Auto battlers are pretty easy to play because they are reduced to the half of TCG in this case. You only build a deck or a squad here. You do not perform actions. So it's easier to start, at least. It's still hard to master. It's pretty hard to win these battles, but to start, it's very easy. And after that, we have the most important part of our discussion, which is balancing. Oh, no, before the balancing, let's talk about Hearthstone way of drafting. So Hearthstone way of drafting can be seen in duels and in the arena mode, and it's about choosing a card from, not from your cards, but from a limited set of cards available to you at some point. That is also a very interesting game design mechanic. Then you have limited opportunities. They don't cause anxiety. Our dearest friend from the previous lecture. If you have to choose from all your collection, that's exhausting. And that means then you are like a seasoned player. You have 1,000 of cards and you have to choose a new deck. And you're, okay, once again, I'm choosing 30 cards out of 1,000. Not so interesting. In most cases, you will just choose your favorite deck that you created already like 100 times. Maybe there's a couple of changes. But if you're limited, so now you are not building your deck from cards you know well. Here we have free treasures or something, passive abilities, anything that are not present in your deck, that are not present in your collection. You maybe never played one of them, or maybe you know some of them and so on. And your choice is very limited, just 3 cards on each step, and you have to choose one. No anxiety. It's not a hard task, it's easy task. So simplification of the process, specifically in digital first games, there's a short sessions of playing is quite a trend now. It's working. You don't want to build a mobile first, digital first game. These very complicated rules. But still, if you go back to the physical world, it can be a complicated game. It should be a complicated game, I guess. So to the balancing. Balancing of TCGs is usually based on mana curves and power curves. So what is a mana curve? First of all, you have income of your resources to play. It can be mana, and I will be talking mana, but if it's golden coins or I don't know, bottle caps in your Fallout themed TCG or something like that, it's still mana curve. So just a common word. First of all, you need a mana curve to describe how many resources do you have on each turn. In Hearthstone, that's a linear graphic, and it's non-linear and highly unpredictable graphic in MTG. After that, you have to build a mana curve for a deck. This is a mana curve for a Hearthstone deck. So I have 0 cards at cost 0. I have 6 cards that cost 1, 4 cards that cost 4 or 2, and so on. So my mana curve is, I need to write this ugly line once again, something like this. Or maybe it should be like this, and diagram was just fine. And we have quite the same thing in available to us in Hearthstone. Why do we need it? First of all, when your player is building a deck, player wants to understand, will it be playable? Will it be possible to win using this deck? There are some reasonable thoughts here. In Hearthstone, you don't need to think about the mana flow. In MTG, you have an extra layer of complexity that requires you to think how many mana generators lands. In MTG, I have to put in my deck. Usually 40% is fine. So here, after I decided about my mana flow, or the game decided it for me, I have to understand, do I need cheaper cards here, or do I need a little bit of these high cost cards? There can be different strategies, and we will talk about them today. So I may think I need cheaper cards, and I will win the game somewhere here in early game at mana limit 4. I will already win, for example. Or you may think, I don't want to play it fast, I want to play it safe. I will wait to turn 10, and then I will play these expensive destroy all and win the game card, for example. So it depends on your strategy. There are also limitations. If you want to play your cards earlier, you may find yourself without any cards or without any meaningful cards at the late game. Then it's turn 10 and all you have is cheap 1 mana card. And other way around, if you just want to build your strategy around a high cost card, it will be possible that you will just lose your game at the turn 7, at mana limit 7, and you will never be able to play high cost cards. So that's actually a problem, and that's an optimizing problem here for the players. It also means that you have to provide a set of cards that allows to build decks with different mana costs and mana curves and different strategies. And now about the power curve. Cost is not equal power. So there are cards that are a little bit more powerful and a little less powerful on the same cost. Now let's dig into some balancing issues here. These are two cards from Hearthstone, War Golem and River Crocolisk. War Golem is, as we can see, there is no sign that it's legendary or something. It's just a common card. It costs 7. It has 7 attack and 7 HP. And that is like a default card, the most default card ever made. 7 attack, 7 HP, 7 mana cost. That's it. Ground rule for each Hearthstone card. River Crocolisk, on the other hand, is still quite boring regular card. Nothing here, nothing here, no description, no extra abilities. It's a beast, at least. Gives nothing for us now because we are not based on the creature type or something. But it has 1 extra health point. Looks nice. So now let's think about a card that is the same cost as River Crocolisk, but there's some extra ability. And we have one. We have Fire Marshal Flargle, who is Murloc. So after you play a Murloc, deal 1 damage to all enemies. It has a little bit of text, and it's marked as a legendary creature by this symbol. What does it mean? It still costs 2, it still has 2 attack, and it still has 3 HP. The same thing as a River Crocolisk. But situationally, that's an amazing card, because if you have a lot of Murlocs who tend to be a low-cost cards in Hearthstone, you will be able to deal 1 damage to all enemies very often, and this card can actually win you games. And in terms of cost in Hearthstone, it will cost you 100, if I'm not mistaken, of magic powder, something that they use as an in-game currency for card crafting. But this one, Firemans of Flargle, they'll cost you 160 points of this magic powder or something, like 16 times more expensive. That means that this card is 16 times or something more powerful. Of course, not the 16 times more powerful, but that's there is a lot of difference between these two cards. Okay, now we got an understanding of how do we make card the same stats but a little bit stronger or a little bit weaker. So if I want to make this card a little bit weaker, I can make it a lot weaker by actually doing like this. Okay, that's a problem for Crocolisk. Or I can do, oh, I cannot use Control Z to undo it. That's sad, but that's okay. But I can do something like negative effect here. For example, it cannot be played before turn 3. So I will not be able to play it on turn 2 when I have enough mana or something. That can also be a problem. But now what I want to do is go back to my 7/7 golem and make it a little bit stronger. So now I have my 7/7 golem, and I want to make a Murloc golem out of him. So I just copied this text from this strong card to my War Golem and made it, after you play a Murloc, deal 1 damage to all enemies. How do you think? Is it strong enough? Is it the same difference between Fire Monster and Croc and between my new golem and old golem? Please add plus to the chat if you think that War Golem, this modification, is also such great card as Fire Monster, or write minus if it's not the same. Okay, I will ask you to give me a hint why it's not the same thing. You can unmute your mic, maybe. The price is high, okay. But okay, this one is also 7 and this is 7. I want to do this to understand the difference between this update, not to compare it this croc or firemancer. No legend. Not a problem. Okay, I just added a legend symbol here. Now it's a legend card. Why is it not actually a legend card? What's the problem about it? In terms of mana high for 1, yes, that's close to the truth. So this thing, first of all, on turn 2 was providing a source of damage. So I was spreading these 1 damage to all enemies at turn 2, turn 3 maybe, and them people and creatures here have 1, 2, 3 health. It's very easy to destroy them, this 1 damage. At the 7th turn, this 1 damage doing pretty much, just have to yes, okay. Experience is very valuable thing. So if you have a lot of hours in Slay the Spire or MTG or Hearthstone or something, you will be pretty good at balancing cards because you know experience is important. You have seen a lot of unbalanced cards, balanced cards, overpowered, and so on and so on. So actually, in each type and genre of games, if you want to build a strategy, spend some hours in strategies. If you want to build an adventure, spend some hours in adventures and so on. That's very useful. After that, if there is one more thing, 1 damage is not good enough at this level, but there is a possibility that I will never play this War Golem. It costs 7. The game may be finished before the 7th turn. This one will be played. There are no games that are finished before the turn 2. Usually. I've seen a game that was finished on turn 1 in some specific Hearthstone mode, because sometimes they roll out something very unbalanced. But usually you play far more than 2 turns. So if we are building power versus mana, usually game designer says, build it in a linear way. So more mana, more power. No, we should build it in a linear way, non-linear way, where adding power for more expensive cards happens a little bit faster than the cost growth, because there is a possibility that expensive cards will never be played in the game, and that means that we should give a reason to the player to actually add this golem. So if this dude will be like, I don't know, 3 damage to all enemies, this may be a reason to put it in the deck. So I don't know. This is very important. Okay, and now let's talk about types of decks. So there are 4 predefined, very well-known strategies. And around these strategies, we can build our initial game set. So it's not like infect tokens or something. They are very common and popular in TCGs, and they're quite basic. So this is aggro, aggressive strategy. The motto of aggressive strategy is to win fast. Control strategy. Control strategy is about not allowing your opponent to win fast, not allowing your opponent to actually play his game. It's like defensive strategy. So I will wait. I will counter your spells, I will destroy your creatures, I will drag you into the late game, and then I will use my strong cards that are expensive. After that, mid-range. Mid-range is something in between. Like, okay, these guys want to win in an early game, and these guys want to win in a late game. How about I win in the middle game, where aggro decks are not strong enough because they lost their initial speed, and control decks are not strong enough because they are not ready to play the expensive cards. And that's a point for me to win. This is a mid-range. And after that, the fourth strategy is a combo strategy. What if I can collect a specific set of cards or some properties or some in-game mechanics can be in a very specific way, and it will allow me to play a combination that will win the game for me. For example, if this card deals the damage when we play Murlocs, so the combo here will be based on playing a lot of Murlocs. So I have a card, it deals damage when I play Murlocs, and I have a possibility to play, for example, 10 Murlocs a turn, for example. It will deal a lot of damage, I will play a combo and possibly win. So let's look on it. First of all, aggro decks. A couple of examples of cards of the aggro decks. Wolf Rider. It has 3 mana cost, 3 attack, 3 HP, 1 HP. So it very low HP card. It can, be dead in a second. So any damage will kill it. But it has charge that we described before. It can attack opponent in his face right on the first turn then you played it. That's a fast, non-reliable card, so it will be dead on the next turn possibly, but it will deal the damage. And Leroy Jenkins, which is an example of card that is legendary. It deals 6 damage because of the charge on the turn 4. So it deals 6 damage to the opponent on the turn 4, more than usual card does. But it has very low HP, and it also summons 2 1/1 creatures for your opponent. So your opponent will totally be able to destroy your Leroy, these 2 creatures on the next turn. But you will be able to deal this 6 damage and maybe win the game on turn 4 or 5 or something like this. So this is aggro, the purest aggro that you can see. The control deck, on the other hand, will be doing something like this. So we have a lifesteal card, which allows you to replenish your health. We have Holy Nova, which restore 2 health to all friendly characters. So I want to do damage to enemy minions, and I want to restore my health because I will be patiently waiting for the late game. And in late game, I will take the 7-cost card. I will upgrade it by playing spells. I will play this spell and maybe another spells. And in the late game, this card will be resurrecting not 2, but 4 different minions after I upgraded it. And it's also a digital first card because counting these 4 spells, I have played 4, I have played 3, I have played this amount of spells. In a real world is not so handy, but in digital game, just okay. So this is a control. Wait till the end and then do something incredibly strong. And after that, a mid-range, something about and so on. Just pretty mid-range cards. And combo. We have Foigen and we have Stalag from World of Warcraft. And they have something specific in their rules. If Stalag also dies this game, if Foigen also died this game. So I have to build a combo. These cards are good because they are legendary, and 4/7 is pretty much okay because 4/7 is 11 in some converted cost, and it's a 5 mana card, so I expect 10 here, and I have 4/7. In some cases, it will be okay. And here I have 7/4, which is also 11, and I also expect 10. They are both quite good, but they will be very good if they are both in my deck and they both have been killed by an enemy. So if enemy killed them both, I will have it Thaddeus for free. He costs 10, but I don't have to pay them. If Foigen is dead and Stalag is dead, the combo is ready, and 11/11, amazing card, is placed on the battlefield for me. That's what combo decks do. So now we have a lot of information, we have a lot of strategies, we talked a lot, and we have 2 legendary cards from Hearthstone. Death Speaker Blackthorn and Tamsin Rome and both of them have something written on them, like battle cry, summon 3 minions, and whenever you cast a shadow spell, add a copy to your hand or something. So this one generates you a lot of shadow spells. Maybe that's a good thing, I don't know. And this one generates you some death rattle minions from your deck. These limited costs. That's a good thing, probably, I don't know. So what do you think? Which one is better? So 1 for Death Speaker and 2 for Times in Rome. Let's vote. To the chat. Or you can write minus if you can't answer this question. So any opinions? Tamsin better. Okay. Any other opinions? My opinion is plus, so Tamsin better. My opinion is like this. I don't know. I don't know. This is very situational stories. So to exploit this ability, I have some free death rattle creatures. This cost 5 or less in my deck. I have to find a lot of death rattle creatures to be sure there are free creatures in my deck. Then I play this guy on the 7th turn or later. Here I am limited also in possibilities because now all my spells should be shadow spells. Yes, depends on deck, depends on a lot of different information. So maybe my card set does not have very good death rattle minions, or maybe it does not have very good shadow spells. Maybe next expansion will make Tamsin Roan impossibly strong and Death Speaker impossibly weak. So at this point, my game design approach to the balancing faces a great problem. I don't know how to balance them because I have millions of inputs. So at this point, I want to use statistics. There are 2 core principles in statistics in TCG, 2 core metrics. The first metric is win rate. How often decks that contain this card win? Once again, in digital first, it's very easy to measure. In physical world games, you cannot go to every player and ask him to write his deck list and percentage of winnings. You usually measure it on a pro level on official tournament, and that's a problem because on official tournament there is another level of players. For casual players, it will not show anything, but maybe it's not so important for casual players. I want to measure win rate, and I want to measure popularity. So how often do people use this card? If popularity is very low, measuring win rate is not important at all. If nobody plays the card, maybe like 1% of my players plays this card, and this is why 1% is pro players, and they, yes, of course, built-in game analysis. And if we don't have this information, this should add it to the game, or it will be measured by some other people. So for these 2 cards, the correct answer is well known. If we look at their statistics, we can understand that Death Speaker is far above 50% of win rate. As you understand, 50% of win rate is average card. You win 1 out of 2 games, 50% of games. And here we have amazing, like 60+% for now. We are somewhere here, or even here in July. That's amazing. Actually, something like 52, 53% on a large number of games. That's a bad information for you. That's an overpowered card. because law of large numbers still works, and statistically that's a problem. And for TEM syndrome, we have quite the same popularity, about 5%, which is enough because we have a lot of decks, a lot of different options. Not all players can play Tamsin and Death Speaker because they are this is a warlock card, and this is, I don't know, I guess that new class, Demon Hunter or something card. So other classes can't play it at 5%. That's a great popularity for both cards. And actually, there are a lot of players who are playing them. But it's about 50%. And as you can see, something happened in July. Something new were released. Maybe some overpowered card were released at the beginning of June, and both Tamsin and Blackthorn win rate dropped a little because some new guys arrived, some new great cards were released, and after that, maybe new cards. Nation is in that meets his need. No, there is no other combinations because this thing is over all decks, so all combinations are measured here. That's it. So TEM syndrome is quite okay. Sometimes it's lower, sometimes it's higher. That's okay card. It does not need to be rebalanced as soon as possible. As for Blackthorn, it should be rebalanced because we don't want to build strong cards. We want to build balanced cards. So I will try to finish my talk in a couple of slides. And first of all, granularity. When we start to balance our deck, first thing we should remember, we need very small steps of balancing. Like we have small numbers, 1 HP, 1 attack, 2 HP, 2 attack. How do I balance between 1 and 2? I have 1 and I have 2. Twice. So if I want to make a card that has 1 attack a little bit stronger, it will be twice as stronger by just adding 1 to it. So it means that I have to add some granules. For example, in MTG, this very complicated mana cost, I can make it any 2 manas or 2 green manas. And 2 green manas are harder to obtain than any 2 manas, for example. That's 2 and 2, the same number, but it has some granularity in complexity. And here we have to add something. We have to add extra words, all these battle cries, death rattles, tokens, extra possibilities, abilities, and so on to add this granularity. So you don't add numbers and that's it, because that's very hard way to balance. Or you can go in Japanese game design way. Everyone starts, there's 1000 HP, and after that I can add, remove, no small numbers. That's easy, but that's a problem for players. It's hard to compute outcomes. We don't want to make our players struggle. After that, there are ways to battle them. So if you create an OP card like Death Speaker Blackthorn, you can add something that counters him, like remove all Death Rattles cards, I don't know, from the opponent deck. Okay, it's useless, and popularity will go down. After that, the popularity of countermeasure will go down, and they just will somehow annihilate one each other, but that's an optional way, and it also should be tested. And power inflation is dangerous, because when we start to create these more powerful countermeasures, that means that new cards will be generally stronger than all cards. And in some point, it will be a chaos, because new cards will be much stronger. And a lot of developers do this because if you want to sell new cards, they should be better. That's a trick. You release a card, it's better, people buy it, you nerf it in a digital game, you reduce its stats. But that's not very fair trick and not very well game design solution. So just try to balance. Statistics is your tool. After that, general tips. Implement all 4 strategies. That's it. Provide countermeasure for each strategy. playtest a lot. That's your way to collect your data and your statistics, and help players to walk this mana curve. For example, in Hearthstone, we have this hero ability for 2 mana that allows you to do something in case if you don't have anything to spend your mana on. For example, just a simple ability, it not always helps you to make a huge difference, but helps you to reduce gaps in your mana curve. And since we are in a summer school, I have a homework to you, because we will have another workshop on Saturday. And before this workshop, I want you to create your own TCG. The link is also placed on the Moodle, and the template for building TCG in Google Sheets, very simple template, is built on the Moodle. You can take any setting, any fantasy world you like, you want, any setting, and I want you to build a set of cards for your TCG, a set of rules for your TCG, and build 2 decks, at least 2 decks from this set of cards. And on the next workshop on Saturday, we will talk about what you created, what ideas do you have, what you have built, and so on. That's not a mandatory homework, no grades, just a game design exercise, and I think it will be quite useful for you to perform it. If you have any questions, I guess you can write me, I don't know, on Moodle, I guess, in comments or something. I will look at Moodle at least a couple times a day. And that's it. I have a set of links to the GDC talks. Presentation is uploaded to the Moodle, so you can watch them. They have a lot of examples about different games. A couple of them is about MTG, a couple of them is about Hearthstone, and one of them about Slay the Spire. So, any questions? Okay. Looks like, oh, I will wait a couple of minutes. Maybe somebody is writing to the chat or something. Oh. Thank you for your attention. Okay, so I guess that's it. I really expect to see a couple of homeworks on Saturday, so we'll have some material to talk about. And I think that's it. We will wait for Alexei to take over the meeting, because I guess we still have create local TCG. What do you mean by local? Glad that it's interesting. Yeah, you'll have to create your own trading card game, TCG, Nikita, yes. Thank you for the question. I have never played Keyforge, but in general, I like games around and near TCG, because, you know, as I said before, that's a powerful, easy to play, hard to master game engine. That's very, very easy to understand mechanic. So the next level of mechanics, as far as I can understand it, so if you don't want to build your turn-based game around TCG engine, is RPG, like D&D or Pathfinder engines, and they are way more complicated. So they're more complicated, but they, in some terms, they're better. They give you some narrative that is not so present in TCGs, but the cost is too high to implement a good RPG system. So I really like games around TCG system. Only mechanic without visual design. visual design can be hidden. So when we talk TCG, we imagine cards like Hearthstone or MTG, but they can be hidden. They can be hidden behind this collecting of cubes or collecting of creatures in your squad or something like that. So the core mechanic here is deck building or squad building something and randomly choosing out of this. So visual can vary. It's not necessary to show cards like this square thing is a card, but still it can be a TCG without visuals of card. On which language we need to create and only mechanic functions without design? I suggest English because I know I suggest that it will be like a common ground for all of us. And only mechanic functions, yes, by default only mechanic functions, but I will be very happy to see any illustrations, extra literature text, extra narrative that you will be able to add there. On which programming language? No programming for this task. So first of all, we don't need a playable prototype. We just need a list of cards and we just need deck lists. So the template that I provided is very simple. It's like an Excel, Google spreadsheet template. I will just show it to you since nobody is interrupting us. So I have it like this. I have just set of rules. I have list of cards, these mana points, HP, DMG, effects, type, and subtype, and you can add columns or remove columns or use completely different template if you want to. And I have deck 1, which can be created by these cards. There is a couple of computed fields, very, very simple. And I have deck 2. That's everything that I want. Maybe 2 or 3 decks, set of rules, set of cards, and the description from you how it should be played. That's it. You don't need to program it because, you know, there is very small amount of time before Saturday, and you also have another talks in the summer school. So that's a very simple homework. It's not a programming homework at all. So first of all, we'll just look at your designs in terms of rules, mana costs, abilities, types of cards, and so on. And if you like to, if your design will make you feel that it's a worth of making, you can easily do it after the summer school in your master's programs and so on. So it's your game, after all. So I do not require any playable program prototype. Okay. So we will wait for Alexei a little bit more. And we still have another talk today, yes?
Pavel, we have some technical problems and Alexei will try to return to us.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you all for your attention. I will, I guess, mute your mic and we will still have a small break before the next talk.